Welcome, everybody. Nice to see your faces. My name is Kelsey Schell. I'm the Environmental and Sustainability Strategist here at MOCA, and we are so thrilled to begin this day. Urban Ecologies is part of the MOCA Climate Conversations series, which creates space for collective learning and action around climate, culture, and environmental justice. This series is an extension of the museum's sustainability efforts, which are guided by the work of the MOCA Environmental Council. So special thanks to the council founders, David Johnson and Haley Mellon, for their support of this program. The 2023 MOCA Climate Conversations are also made possible through the generosity of Nora McNeely Hurley and the Manitou Fund. As we embark on this day of dialogue about community and climate, it's important to recognize the original stewards of this land, the Gabrielino Tongva peoples, who are the traditional and ongoing caretakers of the Los Angeles basin. We also acknowledge the diasporic indigenous communities who have been displaced from their ancestral homelands. Our afternoon program, being Kuuyam, will further explore what it means to be a guest in this land, so we hope you'll stick around and join in that dialogue. A quick note of housekeeping and scheduling. We'll have 2 sessions today, a morning session, afternoon, that'll have a lunch break in the middle. We hope you'll join us at Word of Mouth, which is an awesome plant-based food truck parked on Grand Avenue. And if you're here for the live stream, I hope you have something very tasty in your fridge. You're missing out with Word of Mouth. Okay, that's enough of me talking. Let's dive into the morning session, which is Beyond Awareness, Mobilizing Cities for Climate Change, which is composed of 2 programs looking at the role urbanization and industrialization play in climate change. Very excited to start the day with When Home is Next to an Oil Refinery with Adam Mahoney in conversation with Alicia Rivera. Adam Mahoney is the National Climate and Environmental Reporter at Capital B News. He was a 2022 finalist for Best Community-Centered Journalism from the Online News Association for his project about the impact of oil production on the community where he grew up. He has reported from a dozen US states and in Uganda, Vietnam, and Palestine. Alicia Rivera is the Wilmington community organizer for the California Environmental Justice Collective, Communities for a Better Environment. Alicia has spearheaded efforts to make refineries in the area accountable for their pollution and has led campaigns to phase out oil drilling, support port truck drivers, and encourage the most impacted by pollution to raise their voices. So first we'll have Adam. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Kelsey, for that introduction, and thanks for MOCA for putting this together. Like Kelsey said, my name is Adam Mahoney, and I'm the National Climate and Environment Reporter at Capital B, which is the first ever national nonprofit newsroom with an all-Black staff reporting on Black communities across the country. Prior to that, I was the National Environmental Justice Reporter at GRIST, which is a national climate magazine. Like Kelsey said, I grew up in the South Bay of Los Angeles, so it's a really cool experience to be here with y'all and talking about this city, the good and the bad. Before we start today, though, I wanted to center the space with what's going on globally in Palestine and Israel, and to take a moment to invite and to memorialize the more than 15,000 people who have lost their lives in Palestine and the 1,200 folks who have lost their lives in Israel. I wanted to do this not only because it is at the forefront of a lot of folks' mind right now, but also because I feel like oftentimes we kind of get desensitized to mass death, and we have an inclination to turn human lives, family lineages into numbers, but also because what's going on in Palestine and has been going on in Palestine over the last 70 years is a perfect example of an environmental injustice and a community of folks fighting and striving for climate justice. But before I get into how and why that is, I wanted to start by just giving a brief definition of what I think environmental justice is in my eyes. Right now we're in a moment where the phrase has definitely entered the mainstream. Cable news networks use it to frame communities like I will be doing today. And most notably, President Biden has elevated it as one of his 5 cornerstone ideals, and it shapes a lot of his policy, and has made more than $1 trillion available to supposedly ensure equitable access to the environment and to make sure that folks aren't disparately impacted by climate change. But my definition is it's a pretty simple one. It doesn't use all of those, political buzzwords. At the end of the day, I think environmental justice is just ensuring that communities have access to all the things that they need to survive. And that comes with an understanding that, it depends on where you're living in terms of the resources that you need, and it's not gonna look the same in every place. It's why I think environmental justice has the ability to kind of touch on all facets of life, from housing to healthcare, to mental health and even gun violence, and it allows us a nice framework to strive for justice in impacted communities. So throughout this presentation, I'll show you how and why environmental racism shapes the outlook and life outcomes of millions of folks in this country and across the globe, and how fighting for environmental justice now today is one of the more life-affirming actions that we can take. So while I was in college, I had the opportunity to spend 2 weeks reporting in Palestine, Jerusalem, and Tel Aviv. It was only my second time out of the country, so it has had kind of a large impact on the way that I look at the world and how I frame the way that people are able and not able to relate to each other. Before I went to Palestine, I'd only lived in 2 cities, Chicago and Los Angeles, which are ranked as the most and 7th most segregated cities in the United States. So I was used to what segregation and racial apartheid looks like from an American perspective, bouncing between Latino, white, black neighborhoods, seeing how the quality of streets and buildings and the air changed as you passed through these communities. But what I saw in Palestine was a completely different beast. Not only are Palestinian folks invisibilized by literal walls and fences that restrict their movement, they're also restricted, their access is restricted in terms of water and food, so the most important things that we need to survive. Since the War of 1967, the Israeli military has had complete control over all water resources in Palestine and water-related infrastructure. That means Palestinians aren't able to have water wells. They're unable to install water pumps, to run water treatment facilities. It's even illegal for Palestinians to collect rainwater. It draws stark comparisons to cities across the United States. The first that comes to mind is obviously Jackson, Mississippi, which recently became the largest black city in the United States, majority black city in the United States. And last year, the federal government took control of the city's water system. So, the city government, the state government really has no say in what that process looks like for folks there, but still, people have brown water trickling through their faucets if they have water trickling at all. In Palestine, specifically, in the poorest villages across the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, it's estimated that the average family spends about half of their monthly income on water, which is a little ironic because a majority of the water sources there are contaminated, right? So you're using all of your money on something that you really can't even use. And a lot of that has been the result of illegal dumping and overconsumption, which is actually largely driven by the Israeli settlements that are outside of the West Bank and Gaza. In the picture above, that's a photo I took while I was in Ramallah in the West Bank, and you can see, the trash and the plastic littering the side of a street. In the West Bank and in Gaza, it's estimated about 40% of waste is illegally dumped like this, so it never makes it to a landfill. It just lines the streets like that. And as the population grows, which it has exponentially over the last couple of decades, that just creates more issues. A 2016 study found that actually in the West Bank and in Gaza, 5 times as much waste is dumped from Israeli settlers as is created by Palestinian folks living there. And that trash then ends up contaminating water sources, groundwater, which then creates a cyclical cycle of being unable to break out of that, right? If you have contaminated water, but you can't run a wastewater treatment site, then where do you go from there? And if we know that our land is overrun by trash and our water is inaccessible and contaminated and dirty, that means you can't grow food. And in Palestine, roughly half of the folks living there are food insecure. So that means on any given day, they don't know where their next meal is going to be coming from. So, like I said, I wanted to start today's conversation with this example of Palestine because it is at the forefront of our minds right now, but also because it shows that environmental and climate issues can touch on all facets of our life, right? And everything is interconnected. The war and the siege that is going on right now has everything to do with the fact that some folks are struggling to live every single day with restricted resources. And at the end of the day, in the United States and globally, we've come to understand our ability to have resources from a perspective that is surrounded by taking, and with the idea that there's a scarcity of resources. So that typically means there's going to be one group that is, at the expense of another group and losing access to these resources. So I wanted to bring this now back to an American context, and starting with how did we get here right now in the United States? And I think, as most folks know, everything that we see in terms of inequity and discrimination and racism in this country has to do with the founding of this place in terms of land theft, genocide, dispossession, and the enslavement of Native folks and African. And through that enslavement and through land theft, the United States was quickly able to become a global powerhouse, right? They were able to partake in rapid industrial growth and resource extraction, not only here on this land, but across the world, which then helped transform the United States into the world's largest polluter. Since 1800, so over the last 2 centuries, the United States has been responsible for more than 25% of all greenhouse gas emissions, despite the US only making up 4% of the world's population. So that is how that uneven process of pollution distribution in the United States and the idea of environmental racism came to place, because that massive amount of pollution is created by, in large part, is created by industrial facilities here in the places that those in power would never live and quite frankly would never visit. And a lot of this was created at the tail end of the Industrial Revolution, so the early 20th century, which there were a lot of federal processes put in place that basically dictated where people of color, where marginalized folks could live in this country. And that usually meant, they were relegated to living in the places that are deemed most environmentally toxic, most unhealthy, most unsafe. It's why, as we see in this chart here, in the United States, Black folks are exposed to more pollution from every single source than any other ethnicity in this country. And that doesn't matter if you're living in a rural area or in a city. But all the while this has been going on and these inequities have become more stark and present, we have a lot of folks in this country who don't believe in climate change and they don't believe in environmental racism. But there are a lot of folks that do, right? Per a 2022 Pew study, more than 2/3 of this country believes that the United States should be taking serious action against climate change. But there are more than 130 Congresspeople now who do not believe in climate change, who do not believe environmental racism is real. So if you have 130 folks who are representing more than 2/3 of this country saying that the issues you're facing are not real, that renders you invisible. It renders the issues that are, life or death, quite frankly, as make-believe, which we know they're not. So I wanted to give a couple of examples of what environmental racism looks like in this country, starting with Gary, Indiana. And most folks, if they know Gary at all, it's because it's the birthplace of Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5, but it's also one of the starkest and earliest examples of what environmental racism looks like in this country and how it impacts multi-generations of families. So in 1906, Gary was founded about 30 miles southeast of Chicago by the largest corporation in the world, the U.S. Steel Corporation, to house the Gary Works steel plant, which would become the nation's largest steel plant. Smokestacks attracted workers from all over the country, a lot of them being Black, and the steel that it produced helped, usher the United States into the 20th century and to build a lot of those cities that popped up throughout the Midwest. But at the same time, it buried future generations of Black folks. So like I said, the plant attracted a lot of Black workers. By 1930, so maybe about 20 years after the plant was created, the city of Gary was about a fifth Black. By 1970, at the height of steel production, or towards the tail end of the height of steel production, the city was more than half Black. But within a year of the city becoming majority Black, right? So that means once Black folks had the say, the power to dictate politics and life, that's when mass layoffs came at the plant, and it came at the same time as white flight. So it did a lot of things. It hampered racial relations. Those layoffs, white workers viewed Black workers as the reason why they were being overpaid or overworked and underpaid. It made the land unlivable. By 1990, it was really evident that lead poisoning in Gary was widespread, but access to health care was non-existent. So today, still, Gary ranks in the bottom 10% nationally in terms of access to health institutions. And it also made the land unlivable. So now Gary's in the 99th percentile for threats due to climate change, namely sea level rise and land erosion. And that's the direct result of this plant and millions of tons of toxins being dumped into the air, into water, into soil throughout the city for nearly a century. And then when white folks left, that also meant that the political power was gone, right? And the incentive to invest into the city was gone. So in the aftermath, that meant it left a majority Black city, reeling with those health and environmental outcomes, but not from a place where they could make any meaningful change. And it's led to today, Gary, which is now 80% Black, having half of its residents living in poverty, and being ranked in the top 5 nationally for gun violence. Another major example that folks in the environment space have seen used constantly over the last decade, and the Biden administration has kind of used Cancer Alley as its goal of reshaping and what a just environment could look like. But I visited Cancer Alley for the first time this year, and I can pretty confidently say we're very far from that. So Cancer Alley is about an 85-mile stretch from Baton Rouge, Louisiana to New Orleans. It is where the highest concentration of petrochemical plants in the world are found. There are more than 200 petrochemical plants in that 85-mile stretch. But it shows that connection, like I mentioned earlier, between how this country was founded and where we are today. So that stretch, 250 years ago, was also one of the greatest hubs for plantation slavery. And a recent analysis found that a vast majority of those petrochemical plants are actually found on the sites of former slaveholding plantations. So there's a direct connection. Black folks living there 250 years ago were literally invisibilized and killed through slave labor. And today, it's a lot slower, but it's happening at the same rate and it's impacting the same folks. While traveling through the region, I talked to multiple families that outlined cancer ravaging through 3 to 4 generations. Recently, the EPA found that folks living in Cancer Alley are 7 to 50 times more likely to receive a cancer diagnosis in their life than folks living anywhere else in the United States. But it's also a perfect example of what I was talking about when I said when we're creating, we usually create at the expense of another group. So, the petrochemicals, the chemicals, the oil and gas that's refined on that land is not really a benefit to the Black Louisianans. It's not a benefit to the state, actually. More than 70% of the chemicals and oil and gas refined there actually ends up being exported to other states across the country and to other countries across the globe, including Canada, Mexico, and a handful of European nations. So, as I mentioned earlier, the entire history of climate injustices in this country, right, starts at the founding of this land, which was the result of the direct dispossession of land from indigenous folks. And as many people know, a lot of indigenous cultures, like their entire livelihood depends on being in relation to environmental ecosystems. So by ripping them from the ecosystems that sustain them for hundreds of years, that's a direct genocidal process. And there are infinite examples of what that looks like today across the country, from the overfishing in the Pacific Northwest of land that was supposedly meant for tribes to have, has been overfished by American corporations, to the dumping of millions of tons of toxic waste on reservations throughout the Southwest, leaving folks living on reservations there dying of cancer at astronomical rates. But despite it all, indigenous activism, indigenous resistance kind of shows us a way out and shows us a way that we can connect and reframe our relationships with the land and each other. So this screenshot is from an article I wrote a couple years ago about a study that found over the last decade, indigenous activism, protests had led to the canceling of dozens of fossil fuel plants across North America, and the pollution that saved was equal to 25% of the US and Canada's annual emissions. So that's a huge victory, an amazing win. And to quote Dallas Goldtooth, who I spoke with for that story, from an indigenous perspective, when we are confronting the climate crisis, we are inherently confronting the systems of colonization and white supremacy. In order to do that, you have to reevaluate how you relate to the world around you and define what your obligations are to the world. It's more than just stopping in oil and gas development and pipelines. It's more than just developing clean energy. It's about fundamentally changing how we see the world itself. But as we know, most cities and states have not done that. In the direct aftermath of that activism, 35 US states have made laws, anti-climate protest laws. Hundreds of indigenous activists have been arrested, and at least one indigenous activist has been killed by the United States, US police force. So before we get into kind of the heart of this conversation and my Q&A with Alicia, I kind of wanted to place myself within this movement. Whenever I interview anyone within the environmental space, I like to ask what brought them into the movement. Because nothing happens by coincidence or by luck. There are always driving forces that lead us to where we are in life. And for me, those forces preceded me by a century, if not more than that. So for the last 125 years or so in my family line, I can confidently say that climate change and environmental justice has dictated life outcomes. Like many Black folks, my family's history is kind of defined by a pattern of migration, and migration that is typically out of their control. According to a study that came out about 2 or 3 months ago, which is the most extensive look at climate threats facing 75,000 US communities, my family's line, from my great-grandfather to my father, lived in 4 of the 10 most climate-impacted communities in the United States. And one of those places is Beaumont, which is in Jefferson County, Texas. And for folks who don't know what Beaumont is, which is everyone except my family here, Beaumont is located about 40 minutes outside of Houston, but is actually the birthplace of the US oil industry. So from the early 1900s to 1940s, more oil was produced there and refined there than anywhere else across the globe. And it's probably what drew my great-great-grandparents there, right? That access to jobs. And it drew a lot of Black folks there. By the 1950s, my great-grandfather was able to secure employment at one of the oil refineries, and it ushered his family into the middle class, and I'm reaping those benefits today. But as we know, the oil industry has worked to engorge and disappear Black communities across the country, and that has definitely taken place in Beaumont. That oil refinery, that smokestack that you see in the back, is now the second largest oil refinery in the United States and the fifth largest across the globe after an expansion earlier this year. It was actually the largest oil refinery expansion in the United States in the last 20 years. But like I said, patterns of movement are rarely controlled by Black folks. So as my family moved to Texas and lived next door to an oil refinery for jobs, my family also moved from Texas to California for those opportunities. And 45, 50 years later, and 2,000 miles away, I was born next to polluting oil wells and down the street from an oil refinery. So it shows how redlining and then the dictation of where Black and brown folks in this country can lay their heads at night dictates not only the air they're able to breathe, but also their life experiences. So that brings me to Wilmington, which is located just 15 miles from here. It is home to the largest concentration of oil production west of Texas. So it's surrounded by 4 oil refineries. Hundreds of oil wells dot the land, and it sits on top of the 3rd largest oil field in the continental United States. And not to mention, it's also boxed in by 2 of the most traveled freeways in this country and the Port of Los Angeles, which is the largest port complex in North America and the 6th highest polluting port facility across the country, or across the world. That pollution from the port and the refinery contributes to nearly 6,000 premature deaths across Los Angeles County every year. And Wilmington residents are truly the ones that kind of pay that price, right? Wilmington has the 5th lowest life expectancy of the city of Los Angeles' 35 neighborhoods. And while that crazy concentration of air pollution is rare, the experiences of folks and the factors that shaped that community is seen everywhere across this country. So Wilmington, up until the 1860s, was native land. That was until corporations came in, dredged the port, killed indigenous folks living there, and within 2 decades, the port and that network of oil production popped up. And as Wilmington's industrial identity was crystallized and made clear in the early 20th century, the city of Los Angeles saw that cash cow, and they came in, annexed the city, and made it one of LA's neighborhoods, capturing a lot of that financial benefit. And at the same time, just like we saw in Gary, when that happened, the city, which was majority white at that time, white folks were able to leave using that LA address and move further away from the pollution. And once again, like Gary, as that happened, it limited the political power of Wilmington. So now today, most folks that live there don't even know they're actually residents of the city of Los Angeles. I mean, I didn't know I was a city of LA resident until I was 19 years old. So that means you're not voting in elections, you're not pushing your city council members because you don't even know they exist. Wilmington has the 2nd lowest political participation in the city of Los Angeles as a result of that. And once I kind of became aware of the forces dictating life for folks that I grew up with, I kind of became obsessed with it a little bit. It led me to becoming an environmental reporter. And in 2021, I was able to work for 6 months on a 3-part series about life in Wilmington and how pollution and environmental justice kind of dictates public health, gun violence, and the way that Wilmington residents look at each other. So in the first story, I looked at pollution's impact on life outcomes. And using data from the state, I was able to find that in the first 2 years of the pandemic, Wilmington saw more than 433, an increase of more than 433 deaths each year per 100,000 residents, which, as you see, compared to the rest of the city and other neighborhoods, it's a quite stark jump, which was not expected because Wilmington has the fourth lowest, or is the fourth youngest neighborhood in all of LA. So as we know, COVID obviously has ravaged through all age groups, but it most disproportionately impacted older folks. So you would expect that Wilmington, for the most part, would have been spared by COVID-19 deaths. And using that modeling, we were able to find that during those first 2 years, across the state of California, COVID accounted for 75% of that increase in deaths. You know, across the country, deaths exploded, and COVID was a big driver of that. But in Wilmington, actually, it was less than half of those deaths were related to COVID. But instead, they were actually related to illnesses that are just exacerbated by air pollution. So that includes Alzheimer's, liver disease, heart disease, high blood pressure, strokes, and diabetes, which, like I said, are all connected to being surrounded by high levels of pollution. In the second story, I looked at the ways that gun violence and environmental injustices are connected. 3 months into the project, a 12-year-old boy, Alex Alvarado, was shot and killed outside of his elementary school in Wilmington. And at the time, there was a lot of attention on the community. The mayor came down, the city council member came down, they held press conferences. It was a big deal. Nothing necessarily came from that. But as I was reporting the story out, I knew there had to be a connection between industrialization and gun violence in the neighborhood after seeing a study that connected air pollution to gun violence rates across the country. So using death records, I found that there were 189 people that were shot and killed in Wilmington since 2000, or between 2000 and 2022, 10 of those being folks killed by LAPD. And when considering population, that gun violence death rate is 3 times higher than the average in the city of Los Angeles. But what I found was even more damning. So there are 45 census blocks in Wilmington. In 16 of those census blocks, there are only 8 industrial sites. In the other 16 census blocks, there are 370, right? So that means all of the industrial sites, all of the polluters are concentrated in this small corridor of the neighborhood. And that's also where 100% of those fatal shootings took place. So, like I said, academic research has explored that there's a link between industrial pollution and violent crime. We know that pollution creates a stress response in our brain, so it makes it harder to make decisions. It deregulates our mood, and that can lead to erratic behavior. And there was also a study that looked at data in the city of Los Angeles between 2005 and 2013 that found, even when accounting for like social and economic factors and accounting for like weather and wind patterns, on days of high air pollution in the city of Los Angeles, violent crime rose by nearly 10%. So the research tends to support this theory that's called cues to care. So that means like when you as an individual see that you are respected, that you are appreciated, or in terms of a neighborhood that you are invested in, you're more likely to treat your neighbors and to treat your community with respect. When you don't see those things, then you do the opposite. But when you're forgotten, it makes it just so much more likely that you're going to quote unquote act out, or that those instances of violence and communal harm are going to take place if you don't see anyone else caring about you. The third and final story, which took the entire 6 months to do, was based on a series of surveys that I had sent out with some lovely help from members of the community, including Alicia, who will join me shortly. We sent that survey to more than 2,000 households in the city of Wilmington. We door knocked on more than 200 homes. And these are the results that we found. You know, California, the city of Los Angeles is really regarded as like the picture boy for climate change and fighting climate change. But what we saw on the ground in these communities, it doesn't necessarily look like what the academic research or the policy reports are showing about this state. There are still folks who are disproportionately impacted and will continue to be as they're treated, less than. So that's a little primer on Wilmington. Now I would like to invite Alicia Rivera up, who is the community organizer for Communities for a Better Environment based in Wilmington. Okay, thank you for joining me, Alicia. Like I said, Alicia is the environmental justice organizer for Communities for a Better Environment based in Wilmington, and I was able to connect with her as I was working on this project, and she was really helpful in framing the goals of the project and also on the back end of kind of disseminating information to folks. But I wanted to start today, Alicia, with asking you what brought you into the environmental justice movement, and kind of what does that work look like in Wilmington?
Yeah, thank you for inviting me, and thank you everybody for coming today. I started working in environmental justice over 20 years ago, and I remember going to a job interview for an environmental organizer, and I wasn't too sure what it was about, but I went, and it was to work on an accountability campaign on the former Texaco refinery in Wilmington that has changed name several times, and now is called Marathon, most recently Endeavor. It had an explosion. That was in about 2009. And I remember that I didn't know much about environmental issues, but I had been reading about the Rainforest Action Network. It had caught my attention that Texaco had been operating in Ecuador for over 20 years, and it had completely polluted the rivers, the waterways, and the land on this indigenous community in Ecuador. And then I made the link that Texaco in Ecuador had polluted an indigenous community, and I was in here in Wilmington, where most people are Latinos and some Black. It was also operating, polluting there. So I thought, wow, these companies seem to be operating in communities where they can get away because people are poor. So that's how I got involved in environmental issues and started working in Wilmington.
Yeah, so what are some of the programs that you're working on now in Wilmington, and what does that look like on a day-to-day?
So CBE, Communities for a Better Environment, operates here in in Los Angeles as well as in the Bay Area, in Richmond. So we have been for many years trying to cut emissions through different ways, especially at refineries. But so we introduced programs such as marine vapor when the ships are docked on port, emitting all kinds of pollution. And in refineries, we started with very simple, trying to figure out how emissions were escaping, and trying to go, through the pipings with the small devices, trying to figure out if the flanges were tight enough, and introducing something called vapor recovery that captures emissions. And we've been doing work with the Air Quality Management District, pushing them to pass regulations to cut emissions at refineries. And through that, we have advanced, especially in the flaring regulations. How many people have seen a flare from a refinery? You would be surprised that when I started working in this, I had never seen an oil refinery. I think a sugar refinery, So I hadn't seen the flares, but I became informed that refineries use flare to burn the excess gases that they don't need and let the emissions and the pollution just dissipate in the air. And so we researched and found out that if we capture those emissions, we could cut hundreds of thousands of emissions to go out into the air. And we pushed for a regulation to require refineries to add vapor recovery and reduce the use of burning the gases in the flare. And that's why you don't see flares nonstop anymore. But a lot of people, even the ones that live on the other side of the wall of the refinery, don't know. But so that is one of the major regulations that we work on. And most recently, we figure out where are emissions coming out in all of the refinery processes. And there are emissions from the storage tanks that go, the vapors of VOCs, volatile organic compound, escape into the air. And also the burners and heaters where all the products on the refinery, the gasoline, the diesel, the naphtha, the gasoline are processed at very high temperatures. Those flares are on nonstop, but we don't see them. And they are the largest uses of energy in the whole city, and they are attached to the city grid. So then we figured out that those emissions could also be addressed. And so within the last 3 years, we pushed the air districts. First of all, we have done this through a bill called Assembly Bill 657, which was passed by the legislature to address cumulative exposure in communities of color as a bait to pass and extend the program called Cap and Trade, which allows refineries to buy cheap credits and continue polluting as usual. For example, they can start a program of planting trees in Indonesia or in Honduras, and then they get credits. So when they have to report their emission reductions, you present those credits, and at the source, you don't need to reduce at all. So cap and trade allows refineries to continue polluting, but the people that live very close to them don't see any benefits. And so they passed AB 617 as a relief in order to expand the latest cap and trade about 3 years ago. So CBE is part of that program, and we push the Air District to cut emissions at refineries. And they agreed to cut 50% of VOCs, volatile organic compounds, NOx, nitrogen oxide, and SOx, sulfur oxide. Some of them are smoke formants, locally, regionally, and worldwide through greenhouse gases. They also cause cancer, and they also are smoke forming at the local level, and also exacerbate asthma. So through that program, how they're going to do it, to cut the emissions, is through regulations, and so we were able to pass regulations for the burners and heaters just last December. That's going to cut about 95% of emissions. And 2 years earlier, we were able to pass regulations. We passed the regulation about 2 years ago for the boilers and heaters. Most recently this year, we passed regulation to put best available control technology on the storage tanks, and that's also going to reduce close to 85%, almost a ton a day of sulfur oxide. And we are working to amend the flare regulation so that we can cut more emissions through the flare, because they still flare a lot. So those are some of the steps we have taken to reduce emissions and improve the air quality in Wilmington regionally, and greenhouse gases that are warming up the climate.
Yeah, and I know that is years of hard work. I think most folks probably don't know how strong the oil industry is and the port industry is in terms of capturing communities. In Wilmington specifically, we've talked about the way that the refineries they fund healthcare clinics, they fund gardens, they fund renovations at the school, and in Richmond, where CBE is also located, the Chevron refinery there funds a third of the city's police department. I'm wondering if you could talk to the ways that these industries, one, are able to capture communities in that way, and also how that is an impediment to building environmental justice in these places.
Definitely, it's very, very difficult to work in company towns. Because, as you say, in Wilmington, which is only about 20 square miles, yet has 5 refineries, 3 in Wilmington and the others in the periphery at the border of Carson and Long Beach. And they donate to the major Catholic churches. Mostly everyone in Wilmington is Catholic, so the 2 major Catholic churches, are a major, community centers. And all they donate to them. They donate to all the public schools and private schools, a couple of them. They donate to the YMCA, to the Boys and Girls, to every community group that operates in Wilmington. They offer you sponsorship, for job internships. They donate turkeys for Thanksgiving. They even donate to the clinics. So it's very difficult because sometimes when there have been public hearings about expansions of refineries or something major like meetings, to show the cancer risk level that refineries are posing, and we want people to attend. I have gone to the schools, and principals have told me, unfortunately, I can't let you pass this flyer to the parents because we depend on funding for the refineries to take our kids on field trips. And the same with Boys and Girls. And of course, they have the enlarged copy of the latest donations at the school. from Valero Refinery or from the Marathon Refinery. And even the church have told me that if they allowed me to pass flyers, they would have to give the same opportunity to the refinery. But we have gone around because the parents, we still get to the parents when they're waiting for the kids outside, and we go door knocking, and parents complain about the school getting funding when their kids can't breathe. And they miss school because they can't breathe. Most people in Wilmington are low income. They depend on daytime jobs, house cleaning, yard work. And whenever a child is not able to go to school because they can't breathe, it affects that household because they would have to either stay home and don't get that revenue. So we have been able to get around the influence of the refineries, but the refineries donate to the councilman, to the representatives at the legislature. They have hard pockets that we can fight, and they influence the regulatory agencies. So every regulation that we pass, we have to negotiate, has to be negotiated with the refineries. And usually, every regulation takes at least 5 years. And they have to always, the Air District says that they have to always balance the jobs, the economy, and how much it's going to cost the refineries to make the improvements necessary to cut down on emissions. And the other thing is that, for example, the latest regulations to put new technology onto storage tank to stop the vapors from going out, the Air District gave them 15 to 18 years to finish the job. A lot of people in Wilmington says, I won't even be around anymore to see that. And myself, I don't know if I will be around to see the hard work that we put on this. And a lot of the kids might not make it because it breaks my heart when a mother told me that because ambulances are expensive, they wait to the last minute when the child can breathe past midnight, and they try to do the home that they have been taught, how to handle asthma, but the child continues to really not being able to breathe. And this mother said, when I see that he's getting purple, I know it's time to call the ambulance. And I always wonder whether I am going to make it on time. So there is a lot of impediments, to get these polluters to abide to respect people's health. And, it is so upsetting when the Air District that should be working to address public health has to first see how much the refineries are going to have to spend. But they don't see how much a person has lost of life years and in their income of whether all the paid people that have died of cancer, they don't consider that type of expense.
Yeah, and I just want to underscore one point that I forgot to bring up. In Wilmington, nearly 40% of folks living there are uninsured, which is more than 5 times the national average. So if you have your free clinics being funded by the industries that are contributing to your poor health outcomes, that's an insidious, cyclical relationship that's so difficult to break, like Alicia has outlined. I kind of wanted to end us on a more positive light. My favorite quote, and something that I try to live by and remember, is that hope as a discipline. This is a quote by Miriam Kaba, who's a community organizer in New York City. So that, that just means that hope is something that is active and is an action that you have to take. I'm wondering what gives you hope in this work, and how do you keep waking up every day to fight for the community?
Are we able to show the other slide so that they can see what it's like? These are some of our members that we, you continue with next one if you can. So the next one. Yeah, there are definitely disparities that you have mentioned in communities of color. Next one, go ahead. If I can, right here. This is Wilmington, has about a third of the entire state refinery capacity, about 60,000 barrels refining capacity per day. In the 5 refineries, these are the name of some of the refineries that operate there. And of course, this is a picture of what it looks like to live next to a refinery. This is the Phillips 66 refinery, and you don't even see the wall that separates the refinery from this packet of homes. Imagine living there for a child that has asthma. Almost every house has somebody who either has cancer or has died of cancer. And this is the closest elementary school looking at the refinery black smoke. Imagine having a child, a sibling or a child of your own, in Aui looking at what's happening in the nearest refinery and the type of air they must be breathing. And so with 5 refineries, this is a graphic from the air district, how all the pollution kind of combines together. So it's not just from one source that hits all your organs, but it's all the pollution together. This is what we have to, people are almost every day in the air in Wilmington. And every time they flare, these are the kind of things that come out together through a flaring event. One flaring event could cause the emissions of the entire year of regular flaring. These are also what's impacting the climate change. And not only that, but in Wilmington, we have the whole process of fossil fuel, from extracting the oil from the ground. It also happened right next to the homes. And so then we process it in the refineries to make it useful, to make the gasoline, to make the jet fuels, to make everything else. And then it is burned at the port. So this is what the kids are exposed to, playing right next to oil extraction and inhaling the hydrogen sulfide that gives you allergies, eye irritation, and nose bleeding. And so I guess I just wanted to, I'm so unfortunate, these are some slides that we put together last minute. But so we, did you ask me what is the solution?
I mean, if you have the answer.
So we realized that, we could I've already spent about 25 years in the best job in my life, which is trying to protect our air and our survival. But we cannot continue to curtail things. It won't happen. It will never happen until we end fossil fuels. And one of the latest gains we had is when the scoping plan, the state scoping plan that comes for every 5 years for renewal, we were able to push. There was nothing about phasing out fossil fuels in order to cut greenhouse gases, because the scoping plan focuses on reducing the greenhouse gases, which is the goal. The state has goal for 2030, 2050, 2075, how much it has to be in order to get to the goals of reducing 100% of greenhouse gases. And we are not going to be able to get to that. So in the scoping plan, which is to focus on how you're going to get to those goals, there was nothing about addressing what is causing the greenhouse gases. They only had some programs to capture carbon. They call it carbon capture sequestration. And that is what the president has been promoting with all this money that's been given out, to kind of improve, reduce CO2. But that, and also the new processing of hydrogen, it won't happen because it still uses fossil fuels. It is only for refineries carbon capture. If you put that system at the refinery, it's only going to continue to allow them to operate as usual. That's not going to address any issues. So we pushed for the California Energy Commission to start a plan, just a plan, to start a plan to figure out how they can gradually, they call it phase down, not phase out, fossil fuel refineries by 2050. So we need your help. Everybody needs to help. If you think that we are at the edge of where our existence will continue or not, so everybody can call the legislatures and tell them that they need to support this plan to phase down refineries. One of the major wins we have had is that we were able to pass, after about 7 years, at the city, we got an ordinance to ban new oil drilling in all of Los Angeles. And the existing companies will have to start shutting down within 20 years. They are fighting us in court, the oil drillers. So, you can, that's another thing, that we always need people to call their representatives whenever there are important issues, that are going to improve our air quality and phase out and phase down fossil fuels.
Thank you. Well, can y'all give Alicia a round of applause, please? Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
And thank you for listening to my little spill. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Adam and Alicia. That was really incredible and such a grounding way to think about our city and our home and what work can be done here, which you're leading the charge on. So thank you so much. We're going to go from the hyper-local to a larger kind of look at cities and how they intersect with climate change with Karen Seto's How Can Cities Be Solutions to Climate Change? Karen Seto is the Frederick C. Hickson Professor of Geography and Urbanization Science at Yale University. A geographer and urbanization scientist, she is one of the world's leading experts on how urbanization will affect the planet. She is an expert in satellite remote sensing analysis, cities and climate change, and has more than 25 years of research experience in Asia. Her research has made discoveries on how urbanization will affect climate change, food systems, and biodiversity. Professor Seto was a coordinating lead author for 2 United Nations climate change reports and led the chapters on how cities can mitigate climate change for the 5th and 6th assessment reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC, published in 2014 and 2022, respectively. She is currently co-chair of the National Academy's Climate Security Roundtable, established by the direction of Congress to help better understand and anticipate the ways climate change can affect U.S. national security interests. The recipient of numerous awards, Professor Seto has been one of the world's most highly cited researchers every year since 2018. She's an elected member of the U.S. National Academy of Sciences, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, the Connecticut Academy of Science and Engineering, the Council on Foreign Relations, and a fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. She is the author of City Unseen and executive producer of the documentary 10,000 Shovels, Urbanization in China. Prior to joining Yale, she was faculty at Stanford from 2000 to 2008. Professor Seto holds a PhD in geography from Boston University. Needless to say, we are so honored to have you here. So please welcome Karen Seto.
Well, thank you, Kelsey, and I want to thank the museum for inviting me. And I don't see Alicia and Adam, but I really want to thank them for their really inspiring comments. Oh, there you are, yes. I feel like I'm working at a very different level, and I read a lot about people on the ground. And your comment about the hope and solutions, I'm hoping to pick that up, that we really need all boots on the ground, all hands on deck, and tie what you're doing on the ground, Alicia, and your reporting, Adam, to what we need to do both nationally and internationally. So I'm hoping that at the end of this, we all leave this room with some hope and also very concrete ideas about what we can do. So I'd like to start off with a bigger picture about climate change and get us all on the same page about what the data show and where we are right now in 2023. So let's start off with this. And I'm curious, actually, before I continue, I'm just gonna ask everybody to stand up for a moment. Just, we've been sitting, I don't know about you, but when I was listening to Adam and Alicia, I was getting very tense listening to that. And so I think just standing up for a little bit, I do this in my class all the time as well. I'm curious, how many people have seen this slide or some version of it? Please, if you raise your hand really high. So those of you online, I'm showing maybe about a third of the audience in this auditorium have seen this, which means that it's new for about 2/3 of you. So let me just go through this is basically the primary biophysical evidence collected by glaciologists like Lonnie Thompson, climate scientists. This is the primary evidence that tells us that climate change is happening at a global scale. And so what we have here on this x-axis, this is year. So here's 2000, this is 1000. And here on the y-axis, this is basically the difference in temperature from the average between 1961 and 1990, okay? And so what you're seeing here, the data in red here are taken from thermometers, but most of the data here in blue are actually taken from tree rings and also ice cores. And so what we're seeing is over the longer distance historical past, there's been a lot of fluctuation in the data, but that essentially the difference from the average is lower. But what we're seeing in the more recent past is that you see this significant increase in temperature. So this is the difference from the average, right? So you clearly see that in most recent years, this has been increasing. But let's go to an even more recent period. So we see, and Adam referred to this, really since the Industrial Revolution, when we're using a lot of fossil fuels, we see this pretty clear trend in temperatures. And again, this y-axis is the difference in temperature from this average over this 30-year period. We see this significant increase globally. I wanted to show some other data to bring this home, maybe a little bit more concrete. If we look at just March temperatures, so March averages, so this is just the average temperature for March globally, we see a very clear increase. And again, this is difference from average. This is often how we like to measure these data. How different is this from an average? So this is average from the 20th century average. And so if the temperature in March were the same as the 20th century average, the data would be around at 0. So if we go back to 1880, we see that the temperatures differ from the 20th century average by being primarily cooler. But what we see here is that the March average temperatures globally have been increasing by about 1.5 degrees every century. And in fact, the last time we had a very cool March, or at least cooler than the average during the 20th century, was back in 1976. So what we're seeing here is that the average March temperatures are increasing, okay? We don't actually need to have that kind of data. I think many of us in this room, whether you're in California or I'm in Connecticut, or you turn on the news, you read the newspaper, we are seeing lots of examples of the evidence of climate change, whether it's more fires in Europe, certainly a lot of fires in California, I'll get to that in a little bit, but also floods, droughts. There are lots of examples and evidence that climate change is here. It's happening in our backyard. It's here. It's happening. We need to stop talking about climate change like it's going to happen. It is happening right now. I have a couple of slides of data from California. Temperatures in California, I was shocked to see this, that temperatures have increased by almost 3 degrees since 1900. Now, clearly there's a lot of variation across the state, but essentially we're seeing that temperatures are rising. An important thing to take from this slide is that going into the future, the bands that we project, the estimates of further climate change or temperature increases will depend a lot on whether we can, as Alicia said, we can wean ourselves away from fossil fuels, how quickly we can make that transition. So we actually have a really important role to play in shifting away from fossil fuels and really shaping our own destinies and our own futures. I probably don't have to tell you, but I will. If you look at the data on wildfires in California, since the 1970s, that isn't that long ago, the annual wildfire extents have increased 5-fold across the entire state. And with climate change and increased drought, we are expecting an increase in wildfires and wildfire exposure. And then the other thing that we're seeing is we're also seeing more increased or extreme daytime temperatures. And there are really 2 parts to this. There's an increase in daytime temperature, so how hot is it during the day? But the other thing is increased nighttime temperatures. And I don't show that slide here, but essentially it looks very, very similar. So here we have 1950 going out to 2020, and the darker colors mean that there are more extreme daytime events, more days where there are a lot of extreme temperatures. The graph looks exactly the same at night. The reason why we care about daytime versus nighttime is that, well, most people are at home at night, and this is another environmental justice issue. Low-income communities often don't have air conditioning. And so if we think about the ways in which we might be able to adapt to extreme heat, the strategies during the day may be quite different from strategies at night, because during the day we might be working outside, we might be in our homes, we might be at work where there might be air conditioning, but at night when we're at home, what are the strategies if we don't have air conditioning? So one of the things that we're seeing is that despite a lot of national and international efforts to assess the science around climate and climate change, we see that greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise. And so here's some data that started in 1990 out to 2019. This is from the most recent UN climate report. What we see here is that there's a little bit of good news in that if we look at the most recent period from 2010 to 2019, the rate of increase per year was only 1.3%. So that's good, because in the former decade, from 2000 to 2010, greenhouse gas emissions were rising at about 2.1% a year. So that's a little bit of good news. But the bad news is, well, if we look at this slide, this trend, in 2019, we have 59 gigatons compared to 38 gigatons. So even though the rate of increase is slowing, we still are emitting a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. So that's the baseline information I wanted us all to be on the same page on before I transition to hope and some solutions. Why should we even focus on cities? Why should we focus on cities? Why does it even matter? So I'm gonna really bring this way out of LA and talk about the world for a moment. So we are right now in a really unprecedented time in human history. I call this the urban century. Many people have been calling this the urban revolution of a different kind. It wasn't that long ago, 1950, we had fewer than 1 billion people on the planet living in cities and towns. Let's just stop and think about that for a moment. It's 2023, 1950, not that long ago. Your grandparents, maybe your parents, less than 1 billion people living in cities and towns. We are at about 4.2 billion today, so more than half of the world lives in cities and towns. And the UN estimates that by 2050, we're gonna add another 2.5 billion. 2.5 billion more people in cities and towns. That means that we're adding about 1.3 million people. We're basically building a city the size of New York about every 8 days, somewhere on the planet, okay? If we aggregate all the new urban population, it's a lot. But the real reason, the real reason why we need to think about cities as solutions is that cities generate the majority of greenhouse gas emissions, about 75%. Now, this estimate depends on how we do the accounting, whether we attribute greenhouse gas emissions based on where things are produced versus where things are consumed. So one way to think about it is, how many people in this room have a cell phone? Okay, maybe I should ask, is there anyone in this room that doesn't have a cell phone? Okay. Here's one way to think about greenhouse gas accounting. Should we attribute, it's really a should question, should we attribute the emissions based on where you bought your phone? Did you buy it in LA or San Francisco? Do we attribute those emissions to where you bought it? or should we attribute the emissions to where the cell phone was manufactured? So those are two different ways to think about the accounting of greenhouse gas emissions. And it gets very challenging at the city scale because cities rarely produce everything. Cities rarely produce everything that they either eat or where people buy. It's a little bit different when you do greenhouse gas accounting at the national level, but at the city level, there's, supply chains are very porous. But I also say that mainly to let you know that this number varies. In the literature, you might see it as like 65%, it might be like 80%, but basically, cities generate a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. So this is where the solutions should be, or could be. Why are cities producing so much greenhouse gas emissions? There are really two main reasons for this. One reason is that this is where humanity lives, the majority, right? And this is where we're buying and consuming things. This is where we're driving our cars, we're buying our cell phones. But also because cities have been growing and expanding. This is a picture of Shanghai in the 80s. Shanghai was already very urbanized in the 80s. Shanghai more recently, okay? So cities, even if they were built, so I'm gonna go back again, here's Shanghai in the 80s, already quite built up, right? There's a little bit of greenery here, but quite built up. But what we're seeing is that cities are densifying, right? And so it takes a lot of materials, what we call embodied carbon. It takes a lot of energy to mine, manufacture, transport, and build up the built environment. But I want to highlight that it's not just big cities like Shanghai that are expanding. This is a picture taken from one of my field sites in very, very rural Nepal in the Himalaya. This is a picture in the 1990s, beautiful Himalaya here in the background. Same village, urbanizing. And it's urbanizing because of ecotourism, religious tourism, lots of different reasons why it's urbanizing. But I wanted to show these contrasting pictures to illustrate that urbanization is one of the biggest social, environmental, economic megatrends of this century. We're building so many new cities that it's equivalent to, if we were to aggregate all the new cities, we're building 20,000 American football fields. Every day, we're gonna be doing this for the next 40 years to accommodate 2.5 billion more urban dwellers. And because I'm in LA, I purposely got a picture of the stadium, and apparently there's a game right now or today, so anyhow, but I wanted to just illustrate, we're building a city with the population of New York every 8 days, building an area the size of 20,000 American football fields. It's gonna take a lot of energy and resources and emissions to build out those future cities. But remember my statistic on 75%? Those are from existing cities. So you can just put two and two together and think, okay, we're gonna build out all these new cities. What will the global emissions profile look like? And what will future temperatures look like? So part of the reason why cities need to be the solution right now is they need to be role models for all those cities that haven't been built. So I'm gonna get to the solutions now, to the hope. 3 buckets. So here's LA. What can LA do? What can every city do? Because I've been thinking a lot about what every city in the world can do, because every city needs to do something. We all have a role to play here in being part of the solution. So 3 things, 3 big buckets that cities can do. And this is gonna tie to some of the conversation that Alicia and Adam mentioned a little bit ago. The very first thing that every city, big or small, can do is to reduce the demand for both energy and materials. And here, I really want to emphasize materials because, again, think about those 20,000 American football fields being built every single day for the next 40 years. So how do we reduce energy and materials? If there's one thing I want you to remember from today's conversation. It's ASI. It's an acronym: avoid, shift, and improve. Okay, I'll just say it for a moment. Avoid, shift, improve. Okay, I'm gonna ask again at the end. Avoid, shift, and improve. I'm gonna use examples from transportation, but it is actually applicable to every aspect of our lives. Buildings, consumption of food, lots of different things, but I'm gonna use examples from transport. So one thing that every city can do is to help their residents avoid the need for vehicular transportation or fossil fuel-based transportation. So we're gonna tie this conversation to the earlier one. It's not as easy as just saying we're not gonna use fossil fuels anymore. We need to have cities be redesigned so that we can have housing close to the amenities that we're interested in. So what are some of those amenities? For me, it's going to the grocery store to get my food, it's to get my hair cut, it's to go see my dentist, it's going to work, my job. We need to change zoning and planning so that jobs are closer to housing. Now, there are a lot of different communities where that's very difficult to do because we in the US have been designed, or many communities have been designed where there's zoning where housing is here and then jobs are over here. And they're really, really separate. And I know that in California, in Minneapolis, in a number of different communities in the United States, there have been legislation that have changed that so that communities can bring corner markets in that have fresh fruit and vegetables, that have milk, so that you don't have to drive to go get your gallon of milk. You can actually walk to go get your gallon of milk. So some of these things are not really high tech. And in fact, if we look at how our cities have been designed over thousands of years, cities were designed around walkability and accessibility. And so this is one of the easiest things we can ask our legislators and decision makers and planners to do, mayors, is help us redesign our city so that it's more conducive for walking, so that jobs are closer to housing. And part of that is going to need to involve, I put here, strategic densification. It's not densifying randomly or very high densities, in fact. We need to strategically densify to get jobs and the amenities, again, focusing on the amenities that you want access to, having those closer to housing. So this strategy basically means that we avoid trips by car. We avoid the need for a lot of fossil fuel-based transportation. The second thing is shift. So we've avoided the need to get in a car. Second thing we can do is, when we do need to commute, shift our mode of transportation so that it is more active. So it could be walking, it could be biking, it could be scootering, and also fostering public transportation. So the buses or trams or subways. But in order for governments to invest in public transport, there needs to be a certain density of jobs and also density of housing. So these two things really go hand in hand. But it's really then shifting our mode of transportation from one to another. And then the third big thing that we can do here is then improving, and this is related to one of the slides that Alicia had, really, which is improving efficiency and improving the use and adoption of alternative vehicles. This is actually this is a picture taken from LA. So apparently LA has invested in electric school buses, which is great. So this avoid, shift, improve is one of the key ways in which cities can be part of the solution. And it's generally, these two are very low tech. There are a number of planners and designers who have argued that all you need to do here is a gallon of paint. You need to paint on the side of the street. You need a paint to say, this is for biking, this is for walking. But you're not gonna walk or bike anywhere if you don't have them close to where you live, which is why there needs to be changes here so that corner markets and jobs are closer to housing. These three things really work together with each other to significantly lower transportation emissions. But as I said, this avoid, shift, improve framework could be used across a number of things, not just transportation. Here's an example with construction. With construction, we can avoid waste, right? Avoid the waste of materials in construction. We can shift to, with construction, shift to bio-based materials, away from concrete, away from steel, and using things like timber, mass timber, biomass, bamboo. And then improve in construction would be improving the types of methods that are used for construction. So again, this framework can be used in a number of different industries. So that's one big bucket, reducing energy and materials use. Okay. And the key way to do that is the framework. Avoid, shift, improve. ASI, avoid, shift, improve. Avoid, shift, improve. Okay. The second big bucket is to switch to low carbon energy. So this could be solar photovoltaics as one example. This is really central. We need to shift our energy grid from fossil fuel based to low carbon, or even better would be net zero carbon energy. And as part of that shift to a low carbon society would be the energy grid, but also the products that use the energy. So we need to shift our entire transportation fleet, and it's private cars, and it's also municipal-owned vehicles. So it's the buses that I just showed in the last slide. It's also ambulances. Again, another shout out to LA with the EV fire truck, EV buses. We need to electrify everything. But here's the thing I want you to remember. It doesn't help us if the electricity is sourced and produced by fossil fuels. We need to do both. Switch over to EVs, electrify things, but also make sure that the source of electricity is produced by low carbon or net zero carbon. So that's the second big bucket. And I'm not gonna go into the details, but there's so much innovation in this space. It's electrifying. No, it's very exciting. There's the cost is going down for the consumer, cost is going down for households, and there are things that communities can do as well, which is very, very exciting. So that's the second bucket. The third big bucket is increasing carbon uptake and increasing carbon storage within cities. So what does this mean? What is carbon uptake? In a simple terms, basically think about vegetation. It doesn't have to be trees. Any kind of vegetation that photosynthesizes takes sunlight and converts it into green material. That's sequestering, literally sucking up the carbon out of the atmosphere. There are a number of reasons why we want to increase urban carbon uptake. One reason is the co-benefits that this provides. So if you have more urban tree canopy or urban forests, it does one thing to take out the carbon, but one of the key co-benefits is that it offers cooling. It offers significant cooling. It also cleans the atmosphere. And so trees are actually it should be one of our core strategies for adapting to a warmer climate, is to plant more trees. But here's the challenge. Trees take a long time to grow. It's not like I'm investing in tree canopy cover for today or tomorrow. It's really for the next generation. But trees have all these, incredible benefits. And, Adam talked about the Biden-Harris administration and what they're doing with EJ. Just 2 months ago, they launched a historic new program, $1.5 billion invested in urban tree canopy as a way to address heat in cities, especially heat among populations, low-income populations. I wanted to show just a little bit of scientific evidence of the role of trees. I feel like you probably don't need to know this because if you've ever stood under a tree on a hot day, you know that it offers cooling. But I did want to show this slide because you can see the numbers and how much trees really make a difference. So here's some data from Melbourne, and here the data, this is in Celsius. You can see this is hot asphalt, very, very hot, up to 60 degrees C. And you see underneath the tree canopy, it could be just 33 degrees C. So a significant cooling effect. One of the ideas behind increasing tree canopy or tree cover in cities is that when you're outside, it's cooling. But the other benefit is that it reduces your need for air conditioning. Here's another example. Again, here's 61 degrees C on the hot pavement, and in the shade, almost half. So significant benefits of increasing our urban tree canopy. Here I want to emphasize, it's not just urban trees, it could be urban forests, a number of different types of vegetation, and also blue infrastructure. That could also be very beneficial as well. So by blue infrastructure, I mean riverways, lakes, other blue spaces. So those are pretty simple, I think. I wanted to keep this super simple that you would all remember. These are the 3 buckets. So it's reducing energy and materials through strategic densification, trying to co-locate jobs very close to housing, and then fostering active and public transport, shifting our energy to electrification as long as it's low or net zero carbon, and then also enhancing carbon uptake and storage. Those are the 3 solutions, and again, every single city can have a role to play. And in fact, each of us as individuals, whether we are homeowners or renters, also have a role to play in each of these 3 buckets. I wanted to keep my comments short so that we would have time for conversation or questions, but I did want to just give a little, little story from my own experience as a scientist. So it was said in the introduction that I've co-led a couple of UN climate reports on how cities can mitigate climate change. I wanted to give an example of how quickly this space is changing and the importance of cities. So after we're done writing the UN climate report, we present it to basically the UN. These are members of the United Nations that send their representatives to the IPCC. And so this is before COVID in 2014, and there's an approval meeting. So here are all the delegates from 195 countries, and then we as authors go up to the dais and we present our chapter. And governments raise their flags and their cards, and they can ask us anything about the report. And so here I am in 2014, a very naive me. I had never done this before. And before I got up on the dais, I was rereading everything and making sure I was ready to answer any question. I don't know if there are microphones around, but I'm curious, what do you think would have been the first question or one of the questions so these are national representatives of national governments. What do you think they might have asked us as scientists about the report? So just shout it out. What do you think they would have asked? So let me give a little bit more context. This was the first time the UN climate report had a chapter on how cities can mitigate climate change. Prior to the 2014 report, there had never been a standalone chapter on cities. Cities were seen as not important. They're cities were national governments, right? So what do you think?
Real estate prices.
Real estate prices, okay. What other questions do you think? What's the cost for change? Okay, other ideas for what national governments would have asked us? Why is this our problem? How long can we get away with it? Okay, so I was pretty nervous, I'll say, and I thought, okay, they might ask any of these questions, but the main questions they asked at the very beginning were, why should countries care about what cities do? Because prior to 2014, climate change had been framed as a national issue. Countries have to solve climate change, not cities, they're small. And I was not quite prepared for that, right? And it led to a whole conversation and a whole bunch of new research that shows that cities are at the center of climate change, and cities are where the majority of the people live. This is why countries have to care about climate change. And guess what? Most of your GDP gets generated in cities. By some estimates, something like 90% of the global GDP is generated in cities. And so if you want to preserve your economic well-being, and if you want to be a productive economic powerhouse and have people who are healthy, you want to make sure that cities are part of the solution. So that's 2014. I'm going to fast forward to last year. So here I am, looked like a deer in a headlight. We had the approval meeting on Zoom, and countries got to raise their hand, just like a regular Zoom meeting. The questions were totally different this time. Fast forward 8 years, not a single country asked me, why should countries care about cities? They were asking things like, what's the cost? How quickly can we transition? What can cities really do? What's the technology in one country that's applicable to my city? And right now, there's a big climate meeting that's happening in the Middle East. It's COP. And my colleagues who are at COP tell me that cities are on the tongues of many, many, many countries because they know cities generate a lot of the emissions. This is where the solutions are going to have to be. I think that one of the big challenges, though, is, and I was talking about this a little bit ago with a few folks, that when we talk about climate change, we often talk about the global, right? I started off the talk with some global estimates. And I think one of the challenge will be city residents and city leaders wondering, why should we do anything? Right? Because if we do something, if we make all these changes, what happens if all these other cities don't do anything? Well, here's my answer to that. There's a lot of research that shows that if cities deploy those 3 buckets, it's actually better for the people who live in the city. It's better for their health. It's better for their mental health, their physical health, to walk to work, to walk to the grocery store. There's more community cohesion because you're out on the street getting to know your neighbors. There's more economic well-being. Cities are more vibrant places to live. And so there's an economic reason, not just a climate change reason. There's a whole economic reason for why cities, all cities, need to be the leaders in being solutions to climate change. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention and thank the museum for inviting me. I think we have time for some Q&A, so I'm happy to take questions, or we can have a conversation. Yes, please. I'm going to pass you my microphone. Yeah, go ahead, please.
I was saying thank you very much. I appreciate this opportunity and conversation. I'm an educator here in Los Angeles and also a spokesperson for UCLA. And I just, when it comes to policy and, urban dwelling, I know an issue here in the Los Angeles County is, the pricing of home or the pricing of, real estate. And I know it's a conversation more maybe for government, but since you're placed in these positions, it's a consideration to entice and promote living closer to your work environment.
I couldn't agree more, right? The issue of housing affordability is intimately tied with environmental justice, and it's also tied with climate justice and climate change. I'm not going to comment on this because it's not really my area of expertise in terms of planning and zoning and ordinances. What I do hear when I talk to decision makers, especially national level decision makers and mayors as well, is they need to hear from their constituents that these are the kinds of changes they want to see. If you want more cycling, more walkability, more affordable housing, and affordable housing comes in so many different forms, right? That they need to hear from the constituents. What I'm hearing is that there is a lot of pressure from other interest groups for the other. And so I think the more that we make our voices heard, it does have a big impact. Yes?
You spoke broadly about so many incredible things cities could be doing. Can you give us an example of a city you feel is doing a really good job that we can all move to or something?
Okay, so the question was, is there an example of a city that's doing a really good job? I'm probably asked that. That's like the most common question. And I will say there's not a city that's doing everything right. But that's okay, because we need lots of cities as leaders. I will give a couple of international examples, and I'll give a couple of domestic examples. The city of Sevilla in Spain, in the last 10 years have put in tons of bike lanes, but it has done that, and it has done that as a strategy to get people out of cars. It's about accessible housing, a more affordable housing. So putting in bike lanes, it's really changed the atmosphere of the city and just made it more walkable and accessible, also lowering carbon footprint. The city of Denver is a good example here in the US of providing incentives for households and businesses to transition to electrified sources or low carbon sources of electricity. Portland, Oregon is often used as an example. I think LA is actually a very good example in terms of investments in the fire trucks, the buses. I think one of the areas where cities like Los Angeles and other very, very large municipalities is one challenge and one opportunity for them is to think about breaking the city conceptually into neighborhoods and think, what are the key amenities that these neighborhoods need? It's not about designing for the entire city because people don't really live in the entire city. You live primarily in your neighborhood. So if there was if the zoning were changed so that your neighborhood had a corner market where you could buy fresh fruits, vegetables, and some sundries, you would probably or could at least have the opportunity to walk to get these amenities. There are a number of cities now that have changed zoning to make their zoning ordinances more climate and also more people friendly. And part of that is changing discussions around multi-family housing, putting in, maybe it's some communities call them granny units or mother-in-law units. It's strategically densifying, but really critically bringing in those amenities. We could really do two things. We could either bring housing to where those centers of commerce are, so that's one strategy, build more housing where there's jobs, but there's already lots of suburban development where people live. And I think Minneapolis is an example where they've done a pretty good job in bringing jobs and amenities out to where suburban areas are. Yeah. I will also give a big shout out to New Haven. New Haven has done a lot with tree planting. It's really community driven. Communities can request a street tree. These street trees can actually be planted on the street, on the median, but also actually in their yards. So it's really a public campaign to raise awareness about the value of street trees and urban canopy. So lots of examples. Yeah, thanks for the question.
I don't need the microphone to be here usually, but okay. Can you talk about decarbonizing buildings and homes? That's a project that is happening and being pushed here in Los Angeles as a way to limit carbon emissions. That has to be careful because it could make housing, the landlords increase the rent to make changes to the existing buildings. So that's one of the things that we are also addressing. But decarbonizing where people live and buildings is one way to reduce carbon happening here in Los Angeles as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Alicia. So decarbonizing the built environment is really critical. It has to go hand in hand with decarbonizing transportation. And so it's the same framework that we can use for buildings, right? So it's the avoid, shift, and improve. But you just brought up a really important point, which is that as we think about strategies to decarbonize buildings, we also need to ensure that housing remains affordable and for everyone. And so I think here, again, out of my comfort zone in terms of thinking about what are the policy levers to do that. I think there have been some interesting discussions about either incentifying from by homeowners to make the improvements, but clearly there needs to be a lot that's done more at I would say a municipal level, because if you're not a homeowner, what are the strategies that renters can have, but also multifamily complexes and low-income housing. So there's a lot of different, I think, policies there that we need to think about. Yeah, she's gonna follow up.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, so, most people in Los Angeles are renters, according to data. And of course, for photovoltaic or solar programs, there's also community solar, where we as renters can invest, in city programs. Maybe you can explain that more about that concept.
Yeah.
There is
Yes.
that program being pushed as well.
Yeah, so this is what I said we didn't have really time to get into, but there are a bunch of innovations where there's community solar programs, community photovoltaic programs, there are microgrids, so there are a lot of things that communities can invest in. I think one of the opportunities here is for communities to come together and say, this is what we need and want to do. This is right now a time at the national government, and I think for those of you, here in California, there is a statewide discussion about what the state can invest in to decarbonize the entire economy. And so I think it's also, it's a conversation and strategies that need to be done at the local, very individual household level, but community level as well. It's both. I think we have time for maybe one or two questions. Yeah. Here.
So thank you for the enriching conversation, really appreciate it. But my comment is I work for the Department of Water and Power, and I know recently the Department of Water and Power, in collaboration with the National Energy Laboratory, conducted a study. It's called the LA 100 study. And so essentially it details some of the plans or strategies that the department is going to be implementing for the city of Los Angeles specifically in order to reduce carbon footprint for the city. So if anybody's interested, I would definitely encourage you guys to look it up. LA 100 study.
Thank you for that. There's a woman in the back.
Hi, I was just wondering, you were talking about your conversations that you had with international leaders at the UN conference and things like that. I was wondering what strategies or resources there could be or that you think should be implemented to more third world or like lower income countries to allow them to implement these outlines as well, as opposed to countries that might already have the resources to do some of the things that you're talking about here?
Thanks for that question. That's such a great question. That was a large part of our conversation at the last approval plenary, is countries that are urbanizing, right? Those 2.5 billion people moving into cities, that's primarily in the global south. And so the question and the issue and the opportunity for those places is to avoid high emissions. Rather than here in the global north, in the US and Europe, it's about retrofitting, it's about redesigning our cities. In the global south, the opportunity is to design those cities so that they are not locked into high energy, high emissions. This is where at the very beginning of the talk, I said part of what we need to do is to be role models. When I go around the world, many, many countries and many leaders say they want to be like Los Angeles, they want to be like New York, right? We in the US occupy a role, whether it's good or bad, whether we should or not is a different conversation, but we do occupy a role in people's imaginaries about what cities can be and where they aspire to be. I've done research in so many developing countries where I've seen single-family detached homes that look like they're straight out of Los Angeles, but they are in rural India, they are in rural Zimbabwe or some very, very rural place. We are exporting the American dream, our way of living. And so there's a lot that's being done in the research space and in the policy space about technology transfer, but I would argue a lot of what the Global South needs is not the technology transfer as much as an imaginary transfer about how do we design our cities so that they are walkable, so that they are more community-oriented. If we look at the cities that have the lowest carbon footprint per capita, if we hold income as constant, the cities that have the lowest per capita carbon footprint are the cities that are walkable. They are accessible by biking and alternative energy sources. And that's really about how we design cities and where things are located. There's another question in the back.
Just to build on what you're talking about.
Can you use the microphone, please? Because I think there are folks online. Thank
Just
you.
to build on what you're talking about now, I think it's also important to consider like building materials and things like that. Like India you're talking about. I know they're using like this particular paint on rooftops to cool things. And I know they did that in New York as an initiative. Or like there's now a lot of innovation in Africa with architects sourcing materials to build with that are not concrete, which is obviously terrible. And so I think that's like also a really important thing, like the stuff we're building these things with,
Absolutely, absolutely. My colleagues at the Yale School of Architecture, Mei-Ling Loco and Anna Dyson, they are on the international forefront of using biomass materials for building big buildings. And also a colleague also from the Yale School of Architecture, Alan Organsky, they're developing methods to use mass timber to build high rises. So there's a lot of innovation in the building space, absolutely. I think one of the things I really want, besides the avoid, shift, improve framework that I want you to leave with is, the other thing I want everyone to leave with is we all have a role to play and that we all could do something, can do something. It's not, I think for a long time we thought about climate change action as we need national government to do something. We need policymakers to do something. Well, I can say as a scientist working with those policymakers for 20 years that it's not being done at the rate that we need them to do. And that one of the opportunities bringing this to the city level is this is where we live. This is where our communities are. We all have voices in our community, whether it's our church group, our neighborhood, our block group, teachers, whatever it may be. And so it's an opportunity, absolutely. So thank you for bringing that up about materials, really important. There's a hand here. Probably, I don't want to get sued if I hit you with a microphone. Oh wait, hold on 1 second. I want to make sure folks online can hear as well.
I guess I have a comment and somewhat of a question. So I work just south of Olympic Boulevard, like on the border of Vernon, in a pretty like highly industrial area. I drive into work every day and see families living across the street from what, is a very high emission area. I unfortunately missed the talk before this about like living next to an oil refinery, but this is an issue that as a worker in that environment and then seeing people living like across the street, I was kind of curious like what your recommendations might be around like co-locating housing and jobs in a scenario where low-income communities have no control over, the air quality they're breathing, and, how can like we advocate, I guess, for those communities, and also what is the answer in that case where it's like extremely complex, where you might not want to like, live in that environment, and some people don't have a choice to move to. So that's my question, yeah.
Yeah, that is absolutely a good question, and I should clarify that the idea behind co-locating jobs and houses is housing with clean jobs, so it's not living next to the oil refinery. That's not the vision. The idea is clean up those industries and to have communities near jobs and amenities, not polluting ones. There's a hand here.
Yeah, I have a question. Like, as a LA resident and seeing, especially with like the Olympics coming up, like kind of major infrastructural investments going in the city, like expanding that idea and asking like what factors, aside from something like an international sports competition coming to your city, gives leaders the motivation or gives people the impetus or allows cities to like, is there research going on about that? Like, what smaller factors would enable these types of changes, or like?
Yeah. So in study after study, so the question about, what, I think your question is basically, how does change happen?
Exactly.
And does it need to be an Olympic event? And in study after study about what leads to enduring change, it is a visionary leader. The recipe is a visionary leader coupled with constituents who are demanding change. And so the change can start with the visionary leader who says, my constituents don't want this, but this is where I think we should go. Or it could start with constituents who say, we really want this and we need this to change. Now, here's the other challenge with that is visionary leaders may take us down the wrong path. And we've had lots of examples where visionary leaders have ideas for infrastructure projects that are really bad for people, bad for the environment. We've had now 50 years of large-scale highway building that have divided American cities, divided communities, and we are now just starting to get rid of those highways and patch back communities, but the damage has already been done. So visionary leaders aren't always going down the right path, but I think if we have the visionary leaders being held accountable by communities, I think that lots of studies have shown that that's really important. You don't need Olympics. You need people it starts with one person. I will say one other thing. We are all members of different communities. Again, I just really want to emphasize that, and that we have a role to play and to speak up in our communities. Again, whether it's church or at school or at work or your yoga group or bikes, Peloton group or whatever it may be, to advocate for change. There was a hand in the back. Yes, please. Oh, microphone, please. Thank you.
I guess I'm sort of wondering how it can be financially beneficial, like cities like Dubai with a huge GDP and where COP28 is being hosted just around the corner from the ADNOC. Like, how can that transition be made, and because people are only going to participate if they feel that they can make money off of it, unfortunately, I think, or at least big cities.
Can you explain again a little bit more, please?
I guess I'm trying to understand how, like, this transition where we're trying to switch to things that are electric or more environmentally conscious, how that can be financially beneficial for big cities.
Okay, so I'm going to just tweak your question a little bit, and instead of big cities, how can it be financially beneficial for cities? So the science is really clear. Lots of studies have shown that cities where there's a lot of innovation, a lot of economic growth, investment in human resources and infrastructure, those are cities that generally have a diversity of jobs. Those are cities where they are able to attract laborers or workers who span the manufacturing to service industry. So essentially, there's the economic evidence is there that if you created cities where it attracted people to move there because, let's say, it has nice environmental amenities. I mean, to put it bluntly, you have a city that isn't polluting. You have a city that has, let's say, nice trees that offer cooling and shading. Essentially, all the things that I talked about that are good for the planet, it turns out that those are really good for the economy as well. But I think there's another aspect to this that's really important, maybe even more compelling, is that those same things that I talked about, reducing energy use, co-locating jobs with housing, electrifying the energy grid, the increasing urban tree canopy, those are actually really good for our physical health as well as our mental health. One of the big health challenges in North American cities right now is the increase in non-communicable diseases. And by that, I mean, we are dying from being sedentary. Our health, we're facing a public health crisis because we're not moving around enough. It's insufficient to go in your car, to go to the gym, to work out for 15 minutes or an hour. If communities were designed so that walking and cycling and being outside was part of your normal daily life, you would actually get walking in. You would see your neighbors, and there's a huge individual human health, but there's a social cohesion benefit to this. There's also lots of research that shows that being outside, walkability is also good for your mental health, not just your physical health. So, yeah, the evidence is so overwhelming that these strategies that would help cities be low carbon and more climate friendly would be really good for the economy and for individual human health. I think we're out of time, right? So thank you all. Yeah, and
Thank you so much, Karen. And we're going to break for lunch now, and we'll see you back at 3:15. Welcome back. We are so excited to kick off our second session, Resilience and Resistance, Developing Communities of Care, which centers around what it means to be in a community, to learn, share, and work together for climate justice and social change. So to kick things off, we are so excited to welcome the MOCA Teens program, who are going to share about 2 environmentally focused artist-led workshops that they participated in this fall with artists Deborah Scacco, Joel Garcia, and Aiden Koch. So I could welcome the MOCA Teens to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before we start, we would like to introduce ourselves as the 2023 to 2024 cohort of MOCA Teens. We would like to give some context as to what we do and who we are. Pretty much throughout the past couple of weeks, we were fortunate enough to work with various artists and shadow them and just create art with them. Everything we do, the people we learn from, and the experiences we are fortunate to have, we hope to utilize these new experiences in coordinating and directing Teen Night in this coming spring, where we get to celebrate the art scene of LA and upcoming artists as well.
We are very lucky over the past few weeks to have gotten to participate in spheres of multimedia and performance art, working with artists Joel Garcia and Deborah Scacco in their project Mapping the LA River called Procession. We also got to work with the lovely Aiden Koch, making and creating a zine. There are 16 pages in this zine. Each one has been designed by a different MOCA teen about our individual experience with nature in Los Angeles. So we invite you to take a zine at the end of today, and are excited to tell you more.
Yeah. On October 5th, the MOCA Teens participated in their first artist workshop. Gathering at the edge of the Los Angeles River, we met two artists, Joel Garcia and Deborah Scacco, who would eventually guide us to understand their project, their art, and ultimately their work of movement that they're creating. Their art procession, defined as a civic activation that traces historical courses of the Los Angeles River, celebrates the body of water that runs through our city. Historically known as Pami Bahit by the Tongva, Garcia and Scacco honor the LA River's history and its future by culminating in a community-oriented performance and festival at the Los Angeles Historic Park. On October 21st, as part of one of the trio of walks led by local artists and community leaders to the park, the MOCA Teens followed a rich stream of intertwined culture. From the Japanese American National Museum Plaza in Little Tokyo to the Los Angeles Historic Park within the neighborhood of Chinatown, we retraced the formal path of the Los Angeles River's natural flow, led by Japanese musician and activist Nobuko Miyamoto.
Okay, hello. Working on the procession was definitely an eye-opening experience. I've never done something such on a large scale like that before. The procession walk was something so new to me, and I was happy to experience it with the artists that we worked with and with all the MOCA teens. We worked on the papier-mâché wildlife sculptures that we used during the walk, and as well as visiting the LA River to visit the history behind the LA River and all the artist's motive behind this event. The festival was definitely a whole different experience as well. The singing and the sense of community was something that was heartwarming, and it was really interesting. I'm really happy that I was able to experience something like that, and I hope that everyone's happy that we got to share this with you.
Yeah, so the experience of procession itself was incredibly inspiring. We started the day off with a land acknowledgement and then learned the chant together as a group, and it just had a tone of respect and awareness as we started the day. And the musicians led the procession, and then we had people carrying fish, whales, and coyotes, and then there was a big blue banner that represented the river, and we were led by musicians, one flute player, and there was rhythmic drums in the background that led us through the city. And even though we were with a group of strangers, it was very unified, and there was a very unique energy while we were walking through the city. And at the front lines of the march, the singer was passing around her mic so everyone could sing the chant, "The river is still here." And the spirit was so vibrant that it spread throughout the city. There were people honking when we were passing, and then people stopping what they were doing to just film us on their phones. And people definitely noticed. And the march itself was just full of dancing, music, joy, and the anticipation to get to the park. And the experience was a truly unique mix of art, activism, and unity, and a celebration that I was amazed to be a part of.
Our experiences at the LA River and during the whole procession process allowed us to see another side of LA, one that isn't spoken about in a positive light enough. From the workshops where we walked along the LA River in Atwater Village, learning about the cultural, geographical, historical, and current impacts the river has on LA, to working with the procession artists on preparing the materials for the final march, we saw firsthand the effects of global warming and the positive effects of environmental consciousness in art that have not only the piece, but also the community from which it came.
Okay, so only a few weeks after working on the procession, we had the opportunity to work with Aiden Koch, who's an illustrator currently living in Joshua Tree. And Aiden shared with us their story of becoming a full-time independent artist and also taught us about the world of zine making and abstract storytelling. Their passion for storytelling through art encouraged us to eventually express our own unique perspectives on the nature that surrounds us here in LA in the form of our own magazine.
Okay, so I had never tried telling a story through comic-like panels before, until I did this workshop. And I really appreciated the opportunity to try this new form of art making, and in the process, better understand it. I also really enjoyed the opportunity we had to have a conversation with Aiden Koch and ask questions. I really liked learning about the different ways people create and distribute zines, and thanks to the many examples that Aiden brought to show us, we really were able to see firsthand how the type of paper, the size of a zine, and the printer used changes a reader's experience. You can see some examples here of the workshop. And we also got to hear about how Aiden gets their work out through things like zine fairs, contacting publishers, and building connections with people who are interested in their artistic style.
The way that Aiden taught us to approach art was from a very profound yet simple way of awareness of our nature and surroundings. As someone who typically gets very stuck in their ways of doing things, I found that I had never really branched out of my own creative process in the way that I was able to working with Aiden. She led us through some different exercises where we were really able to absorb our surroundings and think about them in ways that we hadn't before, unconventional ways, and taking the time to really absorb them into our artwork. I was so used to adding such deep and personal meanings into my creative works that I had almost forgotten how profound and simple and just important it is to have this kind of artistic mindfulness in everything that we do. Her unique creative process allowed us to gain many different new understandings of both art and nature. So I think we have a couple minutes left after that if anyone has any questions about either of the two workshops that we did this past couple of months. Hi. Should I maybe just go around one by one? Yeah. I heard about it online, and I had a friend that had gone to a previous MOCA Teen Night, and so she invited me to the one this past year, and I went and I saw just the amount of people that were there all enjoying one united experience of art and creativity and just the amazing space that it was. And I just I was I want to do this. I know I can, this is something that I want to put my mind towards getting involved in just so I could be a part of making that experience that I enjoyed so much.
Yeah, for me, I knew I wanted to work at a museum or do some kind of internship, and I had emailed somebody who worked here kind of asking him about his job, and he recommended that I check out the MOCA Teen program. So I looked it up online and I was like, oh my gosh, this looks like so much fun, it looks so cool. So I applied and I am so glad that I did.
For me, my mom just told me about it because she knew I was interested in doing something with art. And then after that, I was just kind of stalking the Instagram and stuff. And then it was just, I just had to apply.
Similarly, I'm so grateful every week to be able to come to a meeting and be 17 years old and swipe a badge that gets me into the MOCA Museum. I feel so grateful to be able to be forming a part of art in Los Angeles and in my city and be creating and thinking about art as a young person and thinking about how to build museums towards the future and kind of shifting that view towards younger people because I think it's really important. So very grateful to be here.
I was actually at another volunteer program at the Huntington, and I remember it was spring of last year, or 2 years ago, and my one friend was talking about how she had just gone to MOCA Teen Night and how there was this internship program that she was applying to and that she was interested in, and I was like, oh, that sounds so cool because, I want to work in a museum one day. And so I was like, I'll check out the website and the Instagram, and then I stalked the Instagram and the website, and then, I saw that they had applications open, and then I applied, and then here I am now.
For me, I was in advisory at my school, and I remember seeing this really cool poster, and I was like, I don't even know what this is, but I just love the design on the poster. And then it was the poster for MOCA Teen Night, and I went, and then the next year, I applied to be in the gallery and for MOCA Teen Night, and I got in, and then I was like, oh, I should just try to become a MOCA Teen. Yep.
For me, I've been to MOCA for field trips multiple times, and when my teacher recommended it to me, I didn't know how the process was going to work of being a MOCA teen, but I knew it was something that I would definitely be interested in, especially in like my situation where art isn't much a big focus on. So I was like, this will be the safe space where I get to focus on art instead of other things.
Yeah, kind of like Eiley, my mom actually told me about it. She almost knew me more than I knew myself, and now I'm in a position that I get to work with art every day, and it blows my mind. And I ended up like figuring out that I used to be in a student art connection all the way in elementary school here at MOCA, so it's almost like a full circle, and I'm really fortunate and grateful to be here.
For me, it was like the end or beginning of junior year, and I really wanted to do something in the art realm. And so I found out about MOCA Teens, and then I realized it was too late to apply for junior year. So then a year passes by, I apply, I get my license so I can drive here because I don't live too close. But yeah, it was all about initiative, and I was really excited to get the email and confirmation that I was a MOCA teen.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. I want to be a MOCA teen. I am thrilled to welcome up to the stage Carolina Cayceo and Daniela Lieja Quintanar for their conversation, Being Kuuyam. Carolina Cayceo is a Colombian multidisciplinary artist living in Los Angeles. Through her studio practice and fieldwork with communities impacted by large-scale infrastructure and other extraction projects, she invites viewers to consider the unsustainable pace of growth under capitalism and how we might embrace resistance and solidarity. Cayceo is a 2023 United States Artist Fellow, a 2023 Soros Art Fellow, and a 2023-24 Getty Research Institute Artist in Residence. Daniela Lieja Quintanar is a curator and researcher originally from Mexico City. Her curatorial practice takes inspiration from everyday life, spaces of political struggle, and communal forms of knowledge production. She is the chief curator and deputy director programs at Red Cat. From 2016 to 2022, Lieja Quintanar served as the chief curator and director of programming at Los Angeles Contemporary Exhibitions. In 2018, she was awarded the Andy Warhol Foundation Curatorial Research Grant. Lieja Quintanar has been part of the Los Angeles Tenants Union since its foundation, collaborating with the East Side local Union de Vecinos. Please come to the stage. Thank you.
Hola. How do I get to my slide? Next one? Yeah. So Being Kuuyam is the name of our talk, and Kuuyam is the Tongva word for guest or visitor. I first became familiar with this word, Kuuyam, through a text by Tongva and Hashimoto scholar Charlie Sepulveda. And today, we want to practice being a good Kuuyam, and instead of doing a land acknowledgement in a more traditional sense, we actually want to actively support land back efforts by the local Tongva people, especially through the conservancy you may be familiar with. So the Tongva people have been in Los Angeles County for thousands of years. However, they have not had access to land since colonization. The Tongva Tarajat Pajaba Conservancy, or TTPC, which roughly translates to the people's land, is the very first plot of land returned to the original people of Los Angeles, and this is in Altadena. For generations, the Tongva have been pushed out of Los Angeles by high rent, and they've had asked permission to have their traditional gathering relationship with their plant relatives. They have had to pay fees to hold ceremony and space inside of their own ancestral lands. So the TTPC Land Conservancy will help begin the healing process that the Tongva need to give the tribal community members access to free housing on their native land, give access to gathering without permission from outsiders, and a space to have community time and ceremonies in privacy. This is land back. Now, this is what land back is, to have that agency in your own land. So their vision is to repatriate the land to California native plants and to the Tongva people. And today, we're going to actually do a contribution. So if you actually, with your phones, would like to participate also and follow the link of this QR code, it will take you to this page where you can calculate your personal Kuuyam. I hope I'm mentioning and telling in the correct way. Oops, what did I do? Here we are. Yes. So Kuuyam is a Tongva people's concept that means guest exchange. It's a voluntary recurring contribution to support the TTPC, acknowledging both relationships and reciprocity to the lands and native peoples of Tovangar, which is the native word for Los Angeles. This place many of us now call home. So if you enter the page, there's a little form here where you can calculate your Kuuyam, and I'm inviting you to do it. So this contribution directly will support the Tongva-led land return that houses tribal members, community building, ceremony, archiving, and repatriating land. So I own residential property here in Tongva land. I have 3 bedrooms in the house I own together with my partner, and this is what the TTPC recommends that I pay as an annual Kuuyam Nawa contribution, $400. So I'm going to go ahead and do it now, and I hope you can also go ahead and do it on your own phones, or at least keep the website so you can do it at a later moment. So. I'm going to go ahead here and.
While Carolina is doing this, I'm going to continue reading the website. Many people want to do something to help but don't know how. Kuuyam opens the door to understanding and participating in course correction to historic wrongs that happen here. Your Kuuyam bridges the divide, and we become community. Traditionally, when people travel and move into a new territory, they first seek permission from both the land and the traditional stewards. This permission invites relationship. A guest gives an offering in recognition and in reciprocity of this relationship. This exchange continues today with the native peoples of these lands we call Tovangar. Since the beginning of time, the Tongva people have inhabited these lands, which you now call home. There has been a long break in our cultural lives due to centuries of dissemination and nearly successful genocide. Our people have survived, but now face invisibility and erasure. We are reviving our languages, cultures, and ceremonies in order to care for the land, air, water, and each other. This is a land of beauty, inspiration, and dreams. If you would like to give, but you are struggling financially, please don't give money. There are many other ways to be a good guest. Respect Mother Earth. Learn about the original people of the land. Build a loving relationship with native plants and people of Tovangar, and invite others to support.
There's also an institutional contribution.
Yes. So, thank you. So also there's an option for mega institutional contribution of Kuuyam. And we talked with the MOCA team a little late on this, but we are actually inviting MOCA and all art institutions to actually do a contribution, and they can actually calculate, depending on being a nonprofit and the space that they are occupying. And
their yearly budget, no?
yeah, and it could be like a yearly, you can put the space, the square feet, and also the annual budget that each organization has, so they will give you a number.
Can we see this page that I have right now?
If you can put the website.
Just
so there's proof.
I close this, yeah. So I close it, I have to close the whole browser, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And then click next.
Okay. Okay. So there's our land acknowledgement. So maybe we can start the video, please. And I don't know if there's a way to take off this light so there's a better view of the screen, please. Can you hear me? Yes. Oh. We can play the video, please, and maybe we can... I have the clicker, yes, yes. Where did I leave it? Is this here? And play. Yes? Green?
Yo pienso que continuamos sintiendo la esencia de las historias y en el fondo de nosotras sabemos que nuestros territorios y nuestras aguas son sagrados. Mientras los humanos hemos perdido estas historias, el espíritu de nuestras tierras las retienen y por eso nunca están completamente perdidas. Están esperando a que las reaprendamos, las evaluemos, las analicemos y las pongamos en práctica de maneras en que solo puedo imaginarme.
Carolina, Could you, this video, hi everyone, I feel like I didn't say hi, so hello, hola. You start this video with a beautiful quote of Charles Sepulveda about building and healing relationships. It's a text that I remember actually you shared with me a few years ago, Our Sacred Waters, theorizing Kuuyam as a decolonial possibility. Could you talk about why you choose that text, your relationship with him, and also the title of the video? Maybe that's a good start.
The title, thanks for hosting us. We're Healing Our Broken Bodies is actually a land acknowledgement too. Thanks for hosting us is a thank you to this land, to Tobangar, to the rivers and the plants that sustain us, that sustain me as a Kuuyam, as a visitor. And I was doing, a lot of my work is about access to water, rivers that have been dammed, broken by infrastructure. And this text of Charles Sepulveda is talking about the effects of canalization and dam building on the Santa Ana River in Orange County, where he's from. He's a Hashemin and Tonga. And so I got to this text via that research, and then I encounter the concept of Kuuyam, visitor guest, where he counters the colonial settler figure and instead offers the concept of Kuuyam. You're not a colonial settler here, you're actually a visitor and a guest. And as so, we expect reciprocity in this relationship. We expect you to build a good relationship as a guest, as a visitor. And that for me was very healing already. It was very healing, as an immigrant here. And I really recommend the text. He goes on doing a parallel between the damming of the Santa Ana River and the mission system, and as a first prison system that existed in this land, the mission system that imprisoned indigenous people, and he focuses on and explain what was the effect on young girls and on women of the mission system. But anyway, I wanted to open with this quote because it states that the plants, the waters hold the memories that sometimes we as humans have forgotten, no? And that we have to kind of remember to listen and to tell these stories together with the plants and the entities that sustain you. The title, we're healing our broken bodies. I don't know if there's other migrants or have other people who have had a migrant experience, but when you leave your home for whatever reason, there is a breaking that happens, and it's a tearing that hurts, no? And to understand the possibility of healing in a place that's not your home, or that becomes your home through that healing. And so that's what we're trying to show in the video. It's an excerpt. I think it's a 9-minute video in total. The first part of the video, you only see like broken body parts. You never see a complete body. And it's only until the final shot from above where you see the complete woman body that's actually held by this other woman and people. But it's actually held by another piece of mine that's a water portrait, which is this long fabric that's printed with a portrait of a river in South America, the Iguazu Falls and the Iguazu River. So there's a layer there of the body, the river body from South America on top of the waters here in Southern California, where we now live.
Yeah, and I find very interesting the idea of also seeing the fragmented bodies, but also the body water, no? Like that's something that is very present on your artwork, and layering the waters and the river here with the South American river. Also, it really make us think about what the meaning of home and land in terms of we are part of everything, or we are all connected and intertwined. Could you talk more about that? Because your work also, you have been working with different body waters around different parts of the world. And if you can talk a little bit more about that, like why is the importance of showing these bodies of waters from different parts, and also the impact and the, like the dam, the violence on these bodies of waters and connected with human bodies and animals' bodies. We will see the video.
Yeah, I one of the kind of I had the opportunity of having a conversation with a person called Mamo Pedro Juan in 2017. This person was the spiritual and political leader of the Kogi people from the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta. This was by casualty in Berlin, not even in Colombia. We were there, and he acceded to speak with me, and we sat down, and in their land, a dam has been built and is still being constructed. It's kind of this never-ending projects on the Rancheria River, which is a river that connects the different sacred territories of this mountain in northern Colombia, Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta. And when I asked the Mamo, what does this dam mean for your people? He said, this dam is like a knot in your veins. And he said, no, it's even worse. This dam is like a knot in your anus. And I squeezed my butt at that moment. But I was like, wow, this was the first time that actually I started to think infrastructure and its effects on the human body. Because sometimes we think about infrastructure as something that's happening out there, miles away. But actually these infrastructures affect us. And he went on to explain that, and maybe you have heard this before because this is ancestral knowledge shared by many original peoples from around the world, that the rivers are the veins of our Mother Earth, and that we are all connected through the waters, and that all bodies of waters are connected. And he went on to explain that when a dam is built, that means that this body of water is disconnected from its brothers and sisters from other rivers and lakes and lagoons worldwide, but also the communities who are connected through these bodies of water get disconnected from each other, no? And so I think that conversation I had in 2013, and of course it has continued to permeate the way I relate and I understand bodies of water and the way they sustain us and the relationships and kind of the original contracts we have with them and we breach and that we have the opportunity to heal. And so how can we heal it, in my sense as an artist, from a visual perspective? What are the images that we can construct that can, maybe open this visual healing, if you wish, or at least open up a space for conversation to that can propel us into additional healing. At least it is for me, a way that I've reconciled myself also in my relationships with different relatives here as a guest and in my homeland in Colombia.
Yeah, and healing, this just remind me, Lorena Cabnal, this Guatemalan activist that talks about we need a sick body cannot fight capitalism, liberalism, colonization that we still are there. And you and I were talking before about the idea of purge. It was purge?
Purge.
Purge. And you just start talking about like the process of healing through your art. What does mean healing a body, healing your body, but also in relationship with the nature? And I see that as an act of, of resistance. And that's what she say of like, we need to heal our bodies in community too, rather than just like this idea of self-care isolated. If you can talk a little bit more about that too, in healing.
Yeah, and I think the video, the last image, the fact that this one body finally presents itself complete. But a lot of my work is about how can we construct collective bodies and collective memories, or tap into that collective memory. How can we remember our collective memories? That has to do with accumulated knowledge, that knowledge that we have inherited from our grandparents and our mothers and fathers, no? And that's why you see first all these broken bodies covered by the fabric, and at a certain point they all started gesturing in the same way, and then you see this image where they like lift in the fabric at the same time and kind of more in a choreography. Which, by the way, I want to acknowledge the choreographer of this piece, Marina Magallanes, who is also a Kuuyam in this land and now is in UC Santa Cruz. But yeah, this idea of purge we were reading, no? Because decolonization is kind of a purge. It's about unlearning and taking out of your system things that you took for granted or that you learned or absorbed through academia or through patriarchal structures or through capitalist structures. And a purga in Espanol is very physical. Like you take something as a purga to vomit and to to empty yourself. But we were reading actually the meaning in English, and purge has something. I don't know if it has to do with kind of more Anglo-Saxon Judeo-Christian religion connotations, but. Purge also has to do with like relieving yourself of guilt. No, there's a process of relieving yourself from guilt, which I think is important too. Like it has to be a healing both on the physical sense, but also on that emotional sense. No,
because also guilt is also a recognition of like the ancestral past of like if you're part of a group that was your ancestors were colonizers. You have to be aware of that history, you know? And then purge in Spanish has more like a reference of medicine. It's like a more medicinal thing. Yeah. And I think this video, it really like pushes, and also the text pushes for a project of decolonize, but also healing in the same time, rather than just like mourning or, like just being, sad about what the world is, what is happening right now.
Yeah, and I think that's why this collective, like how do you heal and how do you purge and how do you care in collectivity? No, it's not about this kind of more Western self-care, capitalized notion of self-care that is very common here in California specifically. But more about this collectivity, how to build a collective body. I think that, when you build collective body or community, there's already some sort of purge and healing going on, no? Because this system really has tried to dam us, to do the same that it has done with the rivers, to separate us, to individualize us, to forget our connections to the collective.
Yeah, and just thinking about like, we are immigrants, we're people that has been displaced violently. There's like a whole history around that, and thinking about like the river here is the same water of the river in Colombia, or the land right now, the genocide that is happening, or better to say the ecocide, like that land is our land here too. Those rivers are our rivers too. So like, I think it will be great if you can talk a little bit more about that layering again.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing up what the many genocides that's going on right now, not only in the Middle East, in Gaza, but in different parts of the world, including Colombia. Colombia is the place that has the highest rate of environmental leaders killed, annually, and that breaks my heart. I think that if I don't know. I think that if you're bombing a place, you don't love that place, right? It's like, why do you bring death to a place when you could be planting olive trees? Like, and that for me is like, they're so different and radically different gestures. Why are you bombing a place that you call your home and that you claim as your land? That doesn't make sense to me, no? And the same happens in Colombia, too, from like governmental structures or industries that talk about progress, but bring destruction and death to the land and to other smaller life projects that are actually taking care, healing, or keeping alive what is healthy, because we have to remind us there is healthy places still left. And actually, most of them are in indigenous hands. That's why it's so important to also support indigenous land conservancies in places here like California, and here in Southern California, it's taken a lot of strength right now. And that, for me, it's very important to bring that to the forefront. But I think it has to do with that, like which side do we want? It's like, do we want to support structures of death? Do we want to support structures of life? And from any of what we call our disciplines, how can we do that? You know, what's the decision? How can we support that? The best we can. I mean, we're not perfect. Yeah. You know, art world is not perfect. Art making is dirty as hell too. So we do our best.
Yeah, and it's like an active thing, you know. It's not like we're not going to resolve it. You're not going to resolve it with one video, or like it's just like an active practice that we all need to be doing. And so I think that was the idea of doing the land acknowledgement, and now connecting it with the, you know, the indigenous knowledge, the ancestral knowledge. I think we can pass to this video, because you have been very connected with that ancestral knowledge in your practice, and maybe later you can talk about how that has helped you.
Yes. So this is an excerpt of a video called Reciprocal Sacrifice from last year. Let's see if I can. Oh. I don't know how to make it play. There it comes.
Ke kahanya waton hinastam taina oikolona tidwatit yayana. Kim tem tim ke na titel wit hewehim. Min ma at genaswa payatayo. Not zochim staka en pa uyet. Ka hisa put ne kuya. Inim zalak en nats niu. Ka uskana tatse pas kunko au sinu. Inehmutsa kutskeniko naswa payatayo. Kanech tats nun wakas wheel kuspa. Inuas natzoch.
I am Chinook.
Inuas kalai.
I am Koho.
Inuas heye.
I am Steelhead.
Inuas koichts.
I am Sockeye. I spend most of my life in the ocean, but when I am strong and old enough, I leave the ocean's side to make it up the river in time for spring. I follow the teachings that my body carries. I go back to the place I was born, to the place where my ancestors returned before me. A long journey of remembering. Remembering to breathe fresh water after years in the salt. Remembering to evade birds and other fish for hundreds of miles. Remembering to swim the same rivers and forks, this time upstream, until I arrive at the particular creek or lake and fulfill the promises that organize life. Do you understand the joy of keeping the promises your ancestors made? We offered our body so that human would never go hungry.
Could you turn the volume off?
When salmon sacrificed.
Thank you. You know, we're just talking about ancestral knowledge, and also the website invites a lot about creating relationships It's not about only go and read about Native Americans or indigenous people proposing new things, but also about relationships. Could you talk more about how you create this video? Because I think it's a great example of that, creating a relationship.
Yeah, and maybe I answer also a little bit of what was my relationship with Charlie, because I didn't answer it. Yeah. So this video is filmed in Idaho in the basin of the Snake River. The Snake River is a tributary to the Columbia River, and it has 4 dams on its lower part. And there's been 30 years of activism by the Shoshone-Bannock tribe, the Nez Perce tribe, also civil society trying to undam the river, because if it doesn't get a dam in the next 5 years, basically coho and sockeye salmon, the wild species, will disappear in this river. So we're kind of witnessing an extinction right now. So there's been a political momentum. Senator Simpson from Idaho, who's a Republican, actually proposed or passed to Congress a proposal to undam the river, and there's in 2022, and there's some sort of momentum right now. I got invited by a small museum in the Sand Valley to do something around this. So I visited the tribes, did some field work in the basin, went through archives, whatnot, and decided I needed, and I kind of listened of what everyone had to say about the salmon, the worries, the urgent and true worries about this species disappearing, because it is a foundational and a resource for the indigenous people there, not only for their nutrition, but culturally and spiritually. There's a strong connection from time immemorial, as that original story was telling in the beginning of the video. There's kind of an original contract between human and salmon that we're kind of breaching at this moment, because we're not protecting the salmon. Now the salmon is asking us to sacrifice, for a reciprocal sacrifice, to bring the dams down so they can survive. So I decided I needed to make a video, but from the salmon perspective, because I was listening, everyone, no, we need to bring the dams down. And so well, let me imagine what the salmon would have to say. And of course, this is just an imagination and a speculation of sorts. But I wanted part of the text to be in original language, in Nimipu, which is Nez Perce language. So during the field visit, I had met Tatlo, who is the person speaking, and who is the head of the Cultural Resources Department of the Nez Perce tribe. And then when I was editing the video, I said, oh, Tatlo, do you think you could read some voiceover and we could develop this script together? And he said, well, you have to ask for a research permit formally from the tribe. This is not something I can just go ahead to do. And so I went on to request a formal research. For that, you have to fill a form. Well, first you have to find someone in the tribe that's willing to present this to tribal council and kind of vouch for you. Then you have to fill a form. This person presents it in tribal council. In my case was Aaron Miles, and he's the head of the Natural Resources Department, because when I explained the concept of the video to him, he thought that this could be a good educational tool that can help to this momentum that the undamming of the Snake River is experiencing. And so fill this form, Aaron presented in tribal council, it gets accepted, and then with this kind of approval, I can get back to Tatlo and say, here's the acceptance by tribal council, can we do it? So I had to go through a formal tribal consultation to be able to actually have Tatlo record this and kind of support me and assess me in the writing of the script. I've gone through other tribal consultations without success before, so this was not the first time I did it. I hope it's not the last time. But it's a formality for federally recognized tribes. As an artist, as a researcher, as a writer, if you want to access that piece of information, you have to go through a formal request. The same as like if you were to do research in the Getty or in the Huntington, you have to go through a formal request as a researcher. And so that formality happened. And with Charlie was the same. I came to this text and I managed to find his email. And I reached out to him and asked him if I could include his quote in the video, and he said yes. And then when we presented this video, the video before was commissioned by the Orange County Museum of Art. And I said, I need to invite Charlie to speak during the opening, or, as a program. And so he came, Cindy Alvitre came to talk. She's a Tongva elder, and also Angela Mahoney, who's an Hashiman woman, founder of Sacred Places Institute, which is also very active in all this tribal conservancy, actually. There's been on the news, I don't know if you know, but also the Hashiman and the Tongva people have just received another, I don't know if it's an acre of land in Bolsa Chica on the coast. That's called a Hashiman Tongva Land Conservancy, ATLC. So that's another place that you can go and check up. But yeah, it's like how do you talk with, not just about, but how do you talk with and truly commit to these protocols in place, that exist when you're in native lands, ceded or unceded?
Yeah, there's like a willingness to create that relationship, to be present, to be in the spaces, in the land, and really engage. Because I think that's very important. Like in art, sometimes we find art is just talking about something that there's a deeper relationship. So I really value that, and that's a reciprocity, that you are talking in this video. And I also find you were telling me about the language. Also, we have the challenge of the language, and most of these indigenous groups are either trying to preserve or relearn the language, and you invite them to talk over the video, and could you talk about that?
Yeah, I would just, to be a bit more formal, I would call them, in the case of the Nez Perce and the Shoshone-Bannock, they're actually nations. They're indigenous nations, no? So we're talking with a whole sovereign structure of a nation, not just a group.
Yeah, exactly. No, and I want to also mention, because we also talk about the recognition of Native Americans from a federal perspective, and the Tongva people is still not in recognition because they haven't found enough people that has the blood lineage and all this percentage that also is like absurd. Yes. So I think also that that's important, like in terms of like the access that being a recognized Native group with the federation, and what you have and what you don't have access to. But
in terms of the language, I was telling Tatlo, hey, do you think that at the end we can do a calling for breach the dams, free the snake, be in the Snake River? And he was saying, well, like those words don't, like there's not a way in our language to formulate this phrase. Because the concept of like holding back a river or damming a river is not in our cosmovision. There's actually no language for this. But he anyways kind of found a way to call for this liberation of the river, which makes me think that actually the rematriation or land back, the way we say it in Colombia and in most of places in South America, is liberación de la madre tierra, liberation of Mother Earth, and different processes of land back and land rematriation have this name in South America, liberación de la madre tierra.
Yeah, and just thinking about there was, in their cosmology, there was not the idea of like slavery or colonization, and how can we, when we talk about the colonization, how can we like connect back to that? And I found very interesting with Sepulveda that he say like the stories are still in the land, and even if we think that they have been erased, they're still there, and we can revive them and we can relearn them. That's like really fascinating too.
Yeah, interesting to think about the process of decolonization or purging as something that both entails unlearning, because for me it definitely has entailed unlearning but also relearning, no? See, it like goes both ways. But I don't know how we were in time.
I was gonna say it's 4:23. Maybe we can open questions to the audience. Would be great to have a few ones.
And I must say that reciprocal sacrifice, before I open it to one of the kind of conditions that the Nez Perce tribe put, is that this has to be an open source video, not open source, but it has to be an accessible video so you can find it online. It has been shown in galleries, but it can't be shown in places that request a ticket to go in. So it's kind of accessible. It needs to be accessible for free as an educational tool.
And that was part of the protocol.
That's part of the protocol of going through a tribal consultation, and the approval goes with that condition.
Do we have questions or comments in the public? Oh.
Hello.
Hi.
I really appreciate all the words you both shared. It was a really engaging conversation. I also appreciate the previous speaker, Karen, and how it was followed by such a conversation like this. That previous conversation being so data-driven and so research-heavy from like a global scale and like different academic departments and traveling all over the world to figure things out. And the one thing that I thought was missing was the conversation around indigeneity in all these different worlds and developing and urbanization and all these different things. And there was a lot of slides showing like transition from one place in 2008 versus 2023 and like the scale of everything. And I'm curious to both from an artistic and of course research and data driven from your perspective, the role that indigenous people and indigeneity can help not only conserve the climate and change things environmentally, but also just reestablish that relationship, knowing that, of course, it would take a lot of the people killing trees and like removing people from the communities to do a lot more of the effort, but how can we bridge that gap a bit better?
Was that a question or a comment? It felt more like a comment, but if you can point the question, I can try to answer. I think, or maybe I can counter-comment.
Sure.
I personally, as an artist, feed from many sources, no? I feed from many sources. Western and non-Western, native, ancestral knowledge. And that one has been calling me more and more. I find it makes more sense. Every time it makes more sense. Also because like indigenous knowledge today is really up to date with technology too.
Absolutely.
Like, it's not a romantic idea of indigeneity, the one I'm talking about, but actually one that's rooted in very, very valid technology, both ancestral and very contemporary ones, no? And so maybe that answers a little bit of the question.
I think as you're explaining that, the question in my head is formulated a bit better, so thank you. I think, what are the ways in which some of the more modern and very ancestral indigenous technologies can be used to help better the planet today?
No, I agree. And the thing is that indigenous knowledge, native, and I each time I have a bit more problem with that word indigenous. I've been trying to not use it because indigenous has many colors and many names, no? It has Tongva, Hashemen, like Kish. Here, even in Southern California, you can name 10, 20, like only in California, there's how many nations, recognized or not, no? So I think that there's definitely there's a key there in recognizing those localities and those micro knowledge and micro technologies and finding those solutions that we're looking for, no? These folks have been rooting in their lands for millennia, no? And so they better know those places. Climate is not going to change for one solution for all. That's not going to happen. That's going to be the same pitfall as modernity. That's going to take us nowhere. There has to be myriad solutions depending of the context. The solutions we need here for LA are very different from the solutions we need from Mexico City, where Daniela, or from where I'm from. And that's actually what I'm looking through the research I'm doing now. It's like, what are the different ways that transition, and not only transition out of fossil fuels, but a complete eco-social transition, which implies a cultural transition, a technological transition, an energetic transition, the transition of how we access food, land, and water, all that have to go hand in hand, how it's happening across the Americas. There's so many ways it's happening, from dam dismantling. Here in California, the Klamath River is being undammed right now, led by indigenous people, by the Yurok tribe, by the Hoopa tribe, and the Lower Klamath tribal people, from BIPOC people leading here in South Central, closing down oil fields in their neighborhood, to agroecology in the kind of the limits of urban and rural spaces in Xochimilco in Mexico. So it takes so many shapes, no? Transition, eco-social transition. That's what I'm interested in right now.
Thank you.
And I just will add, also thinking about, because we talk a little bit about migration and displacement, but also LA is a city that there's many indigenous groups that has been displaced here, and there's like a big coalition here too of like indigenous people from Latin America trying to engage with the indigenous people from here. So that's really important, the guidance of them, but also our participation, and we need to do a lot of work on that. I feel like there's a lot of like leaving them leading, but no, we need to also integrate and do a lot of work on that, and continuously, you know.
I call it how can we recognize this, well, you know, global South, global North. How can we recognize the Souths here in the North? And be in solidarity with those Souths here in the North.
Any other question over here?
I was really struck by a couple things you did at the beginning. The land acknowledgement, literally going through a process as to what an appropriate financial component would be to the land acknowledgement in conjunction with like the more common thing that people understand, because like the County of Los Angeles just completed last year a year-long process to put together an official land acknowledgement, acknowledging history, Native peoples, continue to build relationship, and even the phrase land back, the way you presented it, my understanding of it was literally land back means physical land back, and you talked about it more in a relational context. So, and then you mentioned Julia Bogany, who is my mentor. So as an artist, you're swimming in really deep water. These are sensitive issues within the tribal context, but then the tribal relationship with the dominant society. Do you go through some sort of process to like get your work vetted by like local chiefs, or are you just kind of exploring things, and if you offend somebody, you find out later that you offend? Like, what's your process? Because I know these are sensitive issues you're dealing with.
Yeah, well, I kind of, I told you about, you know, when there's that protocol of going through tribal consultation, I do that. There's not such a protocol as such to do that here unless you go to the Quiche Nation, which is federally recognized. But I do try to reach out and be in conversation with the tongue of people that I recognize that I should be in conversation. For example, if I'm doing something in Catalina Island, which I'm planning to do something in Pimu in a couple of years, I'm trying to reach out to the Tongva women who have been doing their work specifically. There's a couple of Tongva women who have been leading, the work, cultural and spiritual work in that specific place, with the Conservancy to reaching out to the to the leaders of that particular Conservancy. In that murky waters or that deep waters or that problem, I don't know, it's problematic, but I try to do my best to navigate and to reach out and to communicate my intentions to the people I think I should be doing that with the transparency and the best honesty I can, and keep that conversation up, no? We wanted to have a Tongva member here in conversation today, a young artist, Jessica Calderon. She's daughter of Tina Calderon, who is a culture bearer of the Tongva. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it. But try as open as much spaces as we can to actually center those voices, continue the conversation as much as possible. So it takes many shapes. I do my best. And I've been vetted, not vetted, what is vetted? So I've been, what I said, I've hit hard walls too. I've arrived to places where they're like, no. But it's a learning process. And so I think if you hit a wall, that doesn't discourage me. I try to do best the next time, and so it's about building bridges. I want to build as much bridges as I can, and I think if you go with that intention, and you're willing also to put that relationality at the forefront of your intentions, I think that takes you places. And that comes also, I think, from a learning process of a committed practice, as a socially engaged practice, if you want to call it that way, where it is the agendas of the communities who are in the place you're working in that should be leading what you're doing, not your own agenda, not your own aesthetic goals, but what is the agendas in place that you can support through your art making, and that's what I try to do.
And I would say also not being afraid. I feel like there's this environment of like, I don't want to talk because I might use the wrong term, or like I don't want to approach because I'm scared of being called out. And I think it's just like a process, just accepted as a process of learning, a learning process. And I think that's what we need to be doing more. Like I feel like we need to push ourselves to be like, okay, it could be a mistake. And also it's very natural once you start those relationships. When we did that project in Mexico City with the Yaqui community, then you continue that network, that relationship. So it grows. It kind of naturally, if you do it respectfully and as a commitment, it naturally comes through and grows.
Yeah, but this idea of reciprocity too, like how not to just take, and understand what are the possibilities that you have to give back in the best ways that is making art, or how exactly. So I think reciprocity in mind and as a practice is an important one in those sensitive places, no?
And I think we have time for one more question, if there's some more. Or we can just continue the conversation after. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm thrilled to close the day with a conversation between three incredible change makers, Nicole, Steele, Thompson, and Minnitee. Nicole Steele is the Health Equity Program Director at the Social Justice Learning Institute, where she works on equitable access to healthy food and climate-resilient environments. She helped expand SJLI's health equity programming to include nutrition education with a focus on advocacy, establishing Englewood's first community-supported agriculture and farmers market, and free produce distribution programs with rescued produce. Her dedication to this work began as a Baltimore transplant and Englewood resident who has experienced firsthand the frustrations of living in an area, yes, please come up, living in an area with lack of access to healthy food. Nicole's work with SJLI began with the creation of the 100 Seeds of Change initiative, which helped build over 100 gardens in Englewood and the surrounding areas. Welcome, Nicole. Kuuyam Thompson is a creator, abolitionist environmental justice educator, healing justice practitioner, and sociology doctoral student at the University of California, Santa Cruz. Sorry about that. Their work is invested in how we might heal our relationships with ourselves, each other, and the more than human world through abolitionist praxis. Kuuyam is the founder and director of the Charles Roundtree Bloom Project, an outdoor healing justice program for youth impacted by policing and incarceration in her hometown of Yaguana, San Antonio, Texas. Kuuyam has been recognized for this work through several awards, including the GRIST 50 Fixers and EE 30 Under 30. Welcome, Kuuyam. And lastly, Minnitee is the Director of Partnerships at Black Girl Environmentalist. As an entertainment professional, Minnitee works at the intersection of art, media, and environmentalism. A storyteller at heart, Minnitee is passionate about shifting the climate narrative to highlight and uplift historically underrepresented groups. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you so much for having us. Very excited to be here. Thank you so much. As mentioned, my name is Minnitee. I'm Director of Partnerships for Black Girl Environmentalist. Black Girl Environmentalist is a nationwide organization that focuses on pathway and retention for Black women and gender-expansive folks in the climate conversation. It was an organization founded in 2021 by Wawa Gathiru, who has been in the space for a while, and it was kind of born out of frustration of not having a safe space to kind of share her struggles. And it started out as an Instagram page, and she went on there and she just kind of started out like Instagram stories and lives, and she realized that there were a lot of people that were feeling the same frustrations and hitting the same roadblocks that she was hitting. And so out of that, Black Girl Environmentalist was born and has since then become a community. We have 10 hubs now, and we focus on community empowerment. We focus on green job development and also on narrative change. And so uplifting and highlighting Black women and gender-expansive folks who are on the front lines of these conversations. And with that, very excited to have two amazing Black Girl Environmentalists here who are going to share more about their work and learn a little bit more about them. So we will start with Kuuyam. I don't know how we pull up the slides for her.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Tiesens. I also want to give a shout out to Wawa, who couldn't be with us today, and just thank her for inviting me here to speak. My name is Kuuyam Thompson. I am from Yanawana, also known as San Antonio, Texas. And today I'll share a little bit about my work with the Charles Roundtree Bloom Project, as well as open up a broader conversation of what abolition means in the climate justice movement. And before I get into talking about the Bloom Project, I also, in addition to everything else that was shared, introducing me, being an abolitionist environmental justice educator, PhD student, healing justice practitioner. I also want to share that I'm the eldest daughter of 5, and on my mom's side, as well as the oldest grandchild of about 35 grandchildren. And I named those identities because they also really inform why I do this work. I do this work for my younger siblings, for my younger cousins, as well as for my inner child. So a little bit about the Bloom Project. So the Charles Roundtree Bloom Project is an outdoor healing justice program for youth who've been impacted by criminalization, policing, and incarceration in San Antonio, Texas. And so we are creating spaces of communal healing by providing healing-centered outdoor experiences and combining that with providing social and environmental justice education for our youth. We serve youth ages 5 through about 21, and we offer a very wide range of outdoor experiences and activities from community gardening. We've work with wildlife and horses. We do a lot of camping, backpacking, rock climbing, surfing, kayaking, art, pretty much everything, but all with a focus on healing and community, giving our youth the space to play, to experience joy, to try new things, to really just be free in the space, because for so many Black and brown people, to be Black and be brown and be outside can often mean to be surveilled and policed and criminalized and even killed. And so we are proactively protecting our youth and creating these spaces for them to express themselves and to play and to try new things. And I'll just flip through a couple of photos of places where we've been. Something else that I also forgot to mention earlier is that it's called the Charles Roundtree Bloom Project, and I named the program in honor of my younger cousin, Charles Roundtree, who was shot and killed by police in 2018. As I was starting the Bloom Project, this happened, and so I wanted to name it in honor of him, to honor his life that was taken too soon. He was only 18, and he didn't get the chance to bloom to his full potential, and so this work is also carrying his legacy and spreading seeds of healing. Something else I want to share about is the why behind me doing this work. So I grew up in San Antonio. I grew up in communities that were hyper-policed, and grew up having different caregivers, including my mom, incarcerated. And so as I was thinking about how I wanted to give back to my community in San Antonio, I thought about my cousins and my siblings, and thought about my own experiences as a kid, and was thinking about what I could have benefited from as a kid, and so came up with the idea of the Bloom Project from that place. And really, I think the work that we're doing is we're reconnecting our youth to the land, teaching them about how to have reciprocal relations with the land instead of extractive ones, teaching them that the land is first and foremost our teacher, and so I think that's really the core of what we're doing. I think we're also creating spaces where our youth can imagine and create worlds beyond the carceral landscape that they're presented with or embedded within. And so just to, it's just a question that I'm bringing into this space is, what does the prison abolition movement have to do with the climate or broader ecological justice movement? And so the Bloom Project is an abolitionist organization, and I think that part of my work that I'm doing within the Bloom Project, but also beyond the Bloom Project, is acting as a bridge, and specifically in my work, bridging the prison abolition movement and the climate justice movement. And that's because I see everything as interconnected. And so there's a few reasons why I think abolition is important for the climate justice movement. And so I know I don't have a lot of time, but I'll try to talk about at least a few of those reasons. So the United States is the #1 most incarcerating country in the world. That means that we imprison more people than any other country on the planet. That also means that we have a culture that's criminalizing certain groups of people, that's taking away rights from certain groups of people, regarding certain groups of people as disposable. And so one reason I think that abolition matters for the climate justice movement, one is that the root causes of the climate crisis that we are experiencing today is also those structures that are responsible for the climate crisis are also the same structures that are responsible for the system of policing and imprisonment that's also impacting our communities. And so those structures are colonialism and racial capitalism. And so taking a abolitionist approach to this climate crisis would mean getting to the root causes of the crisis rather than more reformist approaches to the climate crisis. I think that the climate movement is really inundated with a lot of technological solutions to the climate crisis that often are very reformist, as opposed to really understanding how do we get here. And that's what taking an abolitionist approach would mean. Abolition is it's a vision and a strategy and a praxis that is trying to imagine and create a world without police and prisons, but it's also a praxis in transforming our society as a whole, transforming how we relate to one another, how we relate to land, and how we address harm in our communities. And so abolition says that nobody is disposable, and I think that with this current structure that we're in, there is a large culture of disposability that I'll talk a little bit more about in a second. But yeah, so I think taking an abolitionist approach, we really would be able to get to the root causes of the climate crisis. The second reason that I want to highlight is the impacts of criminalization. So we've seen so many climate justice activists, as well as activists in any justice movement, who are criminalized for their advocacy for justice. Two examples that I want to highlight. The first is the Stop Cop City movement in Atlanta. And so in people who've been participating in direct action against Cop City in Atlanta have been considered domestic terrorists and have been criminalized. And the efforts for national solidarity with this movement have also been criminalized. And so that's one example. Also, just this past week, the House of Representatives passed a resolution that is equating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, and I see that as a repression tactic. against the growing movement against the occupation, genocide in Palestine. And so that's another example of criminalization in movements for justice. And the reason why I highlight this is because I think it becomes clear that our solidarity is a threat. And I think that our solidarity is a threat because there's power in our solidarity. There's power in recognizing that our struggles for freedom, justice, and safety are interconnected. There's power in caring about what's happening thousands of miles away from us. And then I think on top of that, thinking about the broader criminalization of Black people and Black youth, that becomes a whole population because they're getting trapped in the system that don't get to participate in our movement for climate justice. And then the last reason that I want to highlight of why abolition matters for climate justice is that the people who are deemed disposable, the people who are criminalized, who are in prison, are also the most vulnerable to climate change and are on the front lines. And so you have people who are in cages, and so when there are extreme weather events, climate events, like extreme heat, floods, hurricanes, et cetera, they're not able to just up and leave, and they're very much under the control of the state. At the same time, they're also on the front lines, and so in California, you have prisoners who are also firefighters and fighting the wildfires that we experience in California. And so, these same people that are deemed as disposable are also the most vulnerable to climate change. And I think the other thing that I want to highlight within that is this culture of disposability, where certain groups of people are regarded as disposable. We also see this in the way that we treat land and materials, and so you have industries like fast fashion and where so much ends up in landfills, and I think that's also part of a culture of disposability. And so, I think that being able to build a culture of sustainability and taking an abolitionist approach where sustainability is not only about the kind of material resources or technologies that we're using and developing, but also about how we are treating one another, how we are relating to one another, how we're relating to the land. And I think that's probably all I have time for. I want to make sure Nicole can share, but so I guess I'll just end by saying that I'm offering the Bloom Project as one example of abolitionist climate justice. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nicole Steele. I'm the Health Equity Programs Director for the Social Justice Learning Institute right down the street in Inglewood. This is our mission. I'm not even going to read it. You can see that. But the work that we do really focuses on making sure that youth and communities of color are creating communities that allow them to be their best selves, right? We all live in this world where people are just trying to get through. We're just trying to survive. The rent is too damn high. Our groceries are high. There are things going on across the country where we're told, don't grieve out loud, disconnect yourself from the land, from your people. And we recognize that we cannot have whole and healthy communities, which include whole and healthy people, whole and healthy children, whole and healthy environment, if we don't have kind of a starting point for that. So SJLI hopes to stand as a starting point for people to be able to really self-actualize and community actualize. So we tried to codify that. This is our theory of social action, and I'll get into why this works for hopefully climate change and the things that we do, but we start through empowering people through education. People have to know what's going on. They have to know how to frame what they're feeling. They have to know that there is vocabulary for what they're experiencing. They have to know how to do research within their communities and within themselves so that they can give language to what their experiences are. Also just learning about how to survive in healthier ways, how to connect in healthier ways and things like that. Through that, we help to encourage those same people to create thriving communities, and we'll talk about some examples of that in a moment, and then taking that all the way up to the chain to changing systems. Some of you may know Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You've seen this upside down, right? And just side note, Maslow actually stole that from indigenous, he stole that from, I guess, the thinkings of the original people, and I heard that indigenous is a controversial word, so I'll work on that, who focus on community wholeness as opposed to individual self-actualization. And I think that that's something that we need to be able to dream about, and we'll talk a little bit more about why dreaming big is so important for the work that we do too. So what's that look like in the work that SJLI does, right? Empowering through education. It starts with getting people engaged in things that make sense to them. We have to meet people where they are. So whether that's teaching people about how to cook healthy food because they just went to the doctor said you are hypertensive, you are pre-diabetic, you need to eat better, but in my community there's 207 fast food restaurants, maybe 3 grocery stores, and they're inaccessible. How can I do that, right? We bring folks together to tell their collective stories about their community, to learn about civic engagement, and just a bevy of things that will be helpful to them to be engaged in their community. And then creating thriving communities, right? How are we leveraging public-private partnerships? How are we leveraging relationships with organizations like BGE and MOCA and community leaders to make sure that we're providing the things that people need in their community? So over the past, since 2017, we've given away, I'm gonna say by December we'll reach 3 million, but February to be safe, over 3 million pounds of fresh, free produce to people throughout South Los Angeles. Because we know that when your belt straps tighten, some of the first things to go are the things that keep you healthy, that keep you whole. We grow gardens with, I think that's on the next slide. But as you can see, engaging our community in doing this work for each other. It's not about charity, it's about how can we serve each other together with the resources we have to make things better. And then our gardening efforts as well, we've helped to grow over 126 gardens in South Los Angeles and Inglewood as a whole. These are with schools, these are with churches, city parks. We even helped to pass legislation so that renters cannot be denied the right to grow food if it's safe in their apartment buildings. So learning how, again, to think about yourself in relation to your community, what it's sharing with people, and what you're doing. And then that changing systems part, right? The pictures of this stuff wasn't so exciting, but we've helped our community members come together and develop greening plans that city planners actually consult when they're thinking about development in their city. Leading town halls where people's voices are getting out in front of the decision makers in their towns so that we make it very clear that we expect community voice to drive what is happening in the actual community. And we will not accept anything less. So yeah, that's what we do. That's what we do.
Thank you both. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Camber. And I'll start off by saying, first of all, I want to thank you both for the incredible work you do. We all know that serving the community, of course, has its thorns, but it also has its roses. And I think that it seems like both of y'all saw like, inequity and suffering, and were moved to act. But I want to know, on the flip side of that, like, what brings you joy in this work? Like, what excites you most about this work that you do? Whoever wants to start.
I can start. So like Camber mentioned, she has other identities as far as the work that who she is, and I do too. I'm a mother. I have 2 beautiful girls, Black girls, that I'm raising in this world. I am a person madly in love with someone else, and so when I think about the work that I do, on the micro level, the kind of self-serving level, I think about how this work serves them, how in their future things will be slightly different than it was. Like, they don't have to fight from the starting point that I am fighting from, and how it allows them to dream big about the future in which they live. When I think about it on the non-self-serving side, I think about all the other kids, all my daughter's friends and classmates who also get to see this work happening right in their community, that just get to see the beauty in their community, that to get to see change in real time, and letting them know that their community cares about them and that they have the ability to make those kind of changes and participate in that as well.
Yeah, I think similarly, what excites me most about this work is, I think, building something beautiful with other people. I would say also being able to leave a legacy of healing and justice, or experiments in healing and justice that then future generations can take up and extend even further. And then I would say also, I'm really into dreaming and world building, and so just working with the idea that the work that we're doing can make this world a little bit better, and working toward the worlds that we long for and are dreaming for.
I love it. I think it's always great to look at the aspects of this work that re-energizes us and roots us in our purpose. And in the BGE community, we talk a lot about burnout and in the EJ space. And the majority of both of your work includes holding space for other people to heal. So I would love for you both to talk about the importance of these spaces as we fight the climate crisis, but would also love to hear how you both approach and combat personal burnout.
That's a great question. Yeah, healing, spaces for healing is so necessary in this work. I think that to answer kind of the first part of your question, I think that we have to build cultures, like organizational cultures that can support us in healing and can support us in not getting burnt out. And so having organizational cultures that value rest. I've been reflecting a lot about rest lately, especially in the midst of all the crises, personal ones and larger global ones. And there have been moments where resting has really felt like a luxury. And I've been sitting with that and talking with my partner and close friends who really support me in resting, have been reminded that rest is not a luxury. And that's also in part bringing in Audre Lorde and her work, Poetry is Not a Luxury. Rest is not a luxury. We really need rest to be able to sustain ourselves in this movement. And so I think it's super important that we are building organizational cultures that can support that. Also building organizational culture of accountability, accountability to the values that we hold. And so if we are working, doing work on sustainability, also thinking about the sustainability of ourselves in this work and creating a culture that can support that. And then to answer the second part of your question, I think in the summer of 2021, I was really burnt out, and to the point like where my anxiety and depression was so high that I became suicidal for the first time in my life. And after recommitting myself to living, I realized that I really have to have clear boundaries around what I say yes and no to in my work, and to be able to prioritize my health first and foremost, and to be able to really sustain myself. And so I think on a personal level, getting clear on my boundaries and just like prioritizing my health first, and then being able to really start to build that in my organization, like a culture around accountability and just making sure that we're taking care of ourselves.
I think for us, if I remember your question correctly, creating healing spaces for our community and why that's important. I think inherently in making sure that our environment survives, our world survives, that we survive, that we seek out and actually actualize equity, we have to heal through that process. Like, the healing is a part of the acquisition. I don't want to call it acquisition, the seeking of justice and life and truth and things for our community. So it's an honor for me to create spaces where people can come and know these folks are making, like, they have my best interest in mind, and they do work in a way that is inherently like good for us, that you don't have to question, what's happening to you, and those are spaces in which you can heal and expand. And I also trust that my community holds that space for me too, so they become healing spaces for me as well. And that's part of how I try not to burn out, right? Like, I trust the people around me, like you talked about, creating that culture of being able to trust the folks around you, assume best intentions of people, assume best intentions of your community. I try to do excellent work, because if the work is not excellent, it's not going to go as far as I need it to go, and I can't do that if I'm burnt out. So learning over time how to create those boundaries, how to say, I need to rest, I can only commit to this many meetings today, I can only do this many events this month, is really important. And having a community that can understand that because of the battery of work you've done in the past is really helpful.
And I'm also, I appreciate both of your, perspectives on that, and really sounds like, as well, creating a culture of vulnerability, or that we are allowed to and empowered to share feelings and or struggles in this fight, that we're all in this together. So I appreciate, like I said, both of those perspectives. And so one thing that I love about Black Girl Environmentalists is the message and the dedication to the narrative change when it comes to what an environmentalist looks like. And I think to even dig a little deeper to change what a Black girl environmentalist looks like. I'd love to hear like in our fight for, in the climate crisis, like we need all hands on deck. So I feel like personally, even though I don't have a background in, environment or policy, like I'm an environmentalist just as much as the next person. And it's all about finding our own lane. So for other Black women and gender expansive folks out there who are Black girl environmentalists but just don't know it yet, what kind of wisdom or advice do you have as they're on their journey to awakening their inner environmentalists or their inner activists?
That's a great question. So I didn't think of myself as an environmentalist till you emailed me, to be honest. We just met like a couple weeks ago. So I've been doing this work for a while and really didn't even consider that. But now that I know about y'all, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm a Black girl environmentalist. Like, absolutely I am. And I think that the work that you all are doing, Wawa and you and the group at large, making it something to be proud of, I think that is going to continue to be helpful. So keep going, please. But also for the rest of us, right? Those of us in this room, those of us watching, those of us that connect with folks outside of this space, I think it's really important for people to understand that you don't have a choice here in making sure that our environment in our world continues to survive, right? So the sooner you go ahead and put on the badge, the sooner you go ahead and start being conscious and evaluating your decisions, large and small, whatever you have the capacity for, the sooner you're going to start to see the magic happen around you, the sooner you'll start to influence people in your city, in your home, and whatever, to make better decisions, to reconnect, to connect with folks, and to just continue to create life and justice and equity and environmentalism.
Yeah, I think that was great. I think the only thing I'll add is, you said that, you don't have certain backgrounds in like science or policy, but you're still an environmentalist. I think that really just trusting that you know more than you think you might know. We each have something unique to offer to the movement, and we each hold wisdom, and that comes from our lived experiences. And so I think just kind of trusting that and holding that close, that even if even if certain folks aren't going to college to study, environmental science or environmental studies, you can still be an environmentalist without that, and bringing your own lived experience and bringing your own curiosities and passions, and lead with that.
Yeah, I think curiosity is such a great point, and it leads you to rooms like these, which I feel like is super important in even my journey into environmentalism, which was just like, I don't have that background, but I want to be in the room where people do and are, and having those conversations. And I think the more you put yourselves in those spaces, the more comfortable you kind of are, even talking about your own like I said, lane or brand, I guess, of environmentalism. And so yeah, I think that that's such a great point. You don't have to be a scientist, but you could think like a scientist, and that can get you a lot of places. So in both work, there is this common, both of y'all's work, there's a common thread of reconnecting to the earth. And I'd love to chat a little bit about the emphasis of land stewardship as it pertains to both of your fields, and the importance of the reintroduction of this practice to the Black community. And what role do you feel that Black girls, Black women, and gender expansive folks play in sustaining this practice?
You want me to go? Okay. So I got into this work because of food and nutrition insecurity. I've always lived in communities where the folks look like me, where our communities have been considered low income, where there's been very obvious and strategic divestment from our communities in parks, in infrastructure, in all the things that you see in more affluent communities. And so we just wanted to grow food. And I think what I've learned over the past few years is that that's something that we absolutely have to do together, right? We can imagine a world where people are feeding themselves from within their own city limits. We can imagine a world where people are employed in spaces within their own city that allow them to create food products that are healthy, hyperlocal, and culturally relevant for the people within the city. And so I, again, want to create communities where we can dream about that, right? We can sit down and think about how we can be disrupting the food system in ways that are better for our environment, that are drastically different than what we're experiencing right now, and that we have the capacity to actually do that. So I really hope to encourage Black people, Black women, Black families, Black students to dream big in those ways and become participants in this thing that can really, that really has to change the way that we view food, the way that we gather food, the way that we distribute food in a really big way, because we don't have, a lot of our speakers have said earlier, we don't have that much time to figure this out. So if we all galvanize toward it together, encourage each other, continue to think about values that our families have eschewed for, centuries. We were brought to this land because we were great stewards of this land. We heal when we are stewards of the land. We pass on legacies to our children and our families and our communities when we are stewards of the land. So I think that's really important.
Yeah, I think picking up on where you ended, Nicole, on having an ancestral connection and history of being connected to land is something that's really important. And I think that with the youth that I work with, and especially starting off, a lot of them felt like the outdoor spaces we were entering and the activities we were doing were only for white people. And so part of the work is like dispelling that myth and reminding our youth, reminding our people that we've always had a connection to the land. And so it's a matter of kind of creating a sense of belonging and reconnection. And yeah, I think just tying it to our ancestral history and ancestral practices of stewarding the land and being in relation to the land.
Yeah, that's why I say reintroduce, because we've been out here, y'all. So my next question is actually, the fact that you brought up the youth. Shout out to the youth. But why is it important to not only equip young folks with knowledge and tools that help them understand their environment, but also the tools to educate their families? What are some resources that you utilize to help them bridge these generational and cultural gaps? And what resources do you believe are missing?
I think the land. I think the land is a big part of bridging gaps. There's just I can't quantify this. I know there's studies, but there's something very magical about getting children into dirt. They will try foods that they've grown that they would have not tried if you just bought it from the grocery store. They will pull out the rulers and measure pea shoots to see, how much they're growing. They will go home and tell their parents about what they're experiencing, and it sticks with them. So I really think that we should be connecting our education, our formal education, a lot more with land stewardship, growing, being out in the land. So Kiamber, what you're doing with youth and students, I think is going to be just really transformational for the relationship that they continue to have and the choices that they make when they get older.
Yeah, thank you, Nicole. Yeah, just to add to that, primarily we serve youth, but we've also been expanding to also do programming with the families and caregivers of our youth. And part of that has come from the desire from caregivers of we want to go on camping trips too. We want to, get some of that outdoor healing that you're giving our kids. And so we've had some caregivers come on some of the camping trips who also have kids on the trips too. And so, like Nicole said, the land is that that connecting medium or source for bringing different generations together and allowing that to just happen. So yeah, that's been really beautiful for us, and to have those caregivers be able to connect with their kids on these outdoor trips. So yeah, I think that's one way, and then I think that part of that is who's facilitating the experiences. And so when you have people who look like the people you're engaging and who come from similar backgrounds, then then we're able to bring more relevancy, cultural relevancy, to like the education that we're doing.
Awesome, thank you. I think, like, to your point as well, as you mentioned it earlier about the idea of like healing your inner child, and I think that's something that we all, in some ways or form, are looking forward. And I think like land stewardship and getting your hands in the dirt is a great way to facilitate that. So I'm not surprised that that's like a natural way to bring everybody together. But I just want to take a moment to say thank you both so much for taking the time to come out here today and chat with me. I feel like this is just, like I said, the work that you guys are doing is so important and super needed. And so I would like to close out by hearing from both of y'all as a community of all of us in this room, how can we support you and elevate the work that you're doing?
Yeah, I'll share first. One easy way is you can follow us on Instagram at CR Bloom Project on Instagram. That's one way to just see what we're doing, follow our work. We are also in a stage of transition, and so really focusing heavy on fundraising, so you can donate to our work. crbloomproject.org/donate. And if you have any funding opportunities or collaboration ideas or any resources or want to follow up in any way, you can also DM us on Instagram or also email me, kiamber@crbloomproject.org. I don't have any of that up here, but y'all can just find me and I can help y'all out with staying in touch.
Ditto. We are deeply appreciative of donations to the work that we do. We try to feed as many folks as we can, and we want to keep doing that. Like I said, I'm trying to build a farm, like actively trying to build a farm in the city, so you can help us out that way. We're always looking for volunteers. We do this work with people like you that come and help us sort and give out produce. T-Essence came to an event with us recently, and it was a pleasure to have her help us serve the community. And then supporting policies that are going to help us be able to buy land and rezone and grow food and do things that are climate friendly and help build resilience in our communities. So just be an environmentalist. I think that would be helpful.
I just want to say one thing I forgot. While we're an organization that serves San Antonio youth and are based in San Antonio, we also do programming outside of the state too. So if there are any ideas for doing any work here in California, I really want to do a surfing trip out here. We do some surfing stuff in Texas, but I just want to also say that. We also have flown folks into Texas and have done workshops and things with folks from out of state too. So just want to share that.
Awesome. Thank you both. And for those of you who are wondering what this QR code is, this is a way to support Black Girl Environmentalists. We are also always looking for opportunities to connect with partners who align with our mission. For those of you who don't know, like 1%, I believe, of funding that's in the EJ space goes toward Black-led organizations, 1%. So if you can support or share, that is quite literally the best way to elevate the work that we're doing so that we can continue to do it at the best of our abilities. But I believe maybe we have time for like a couple of questions. So if there's anybody who has questions, we can go for it.
Thank you, Santa. You all spoke about dreaming a lot, which I love. And so I have just a question for all three of you. Like, what is a really big dream that if whether it was funding or some sort of support that fell into your lap, I'm hearing a farm, would love to hear just from each of you about that dream.
I can go real quick since you talked about the farm. Yeah, I need an acre. I need an acre of land by the end of 2024. So that's my big dream.
Get her two.
Get me two.
I have a lot of dreams, so this is really hard to name one, but yeah, also, you know, we don't have a physical location, so land is something that we're thinking about. And so that's one dream, of being able to have a space that we can co-steward in a way that would align with our values, is one dream. I think another dream is we're trying to grow a internship program for our older youth, ages 16 and up. That's been based on feedback we've gotten from youth who feel the pressure to need to work, and so wanting to be able to create pathways to career pathways into the climate justice, environmental justice field for our youth. So really needing funding to be able to support that paid internship dream that we're trying to grow and make a reality for our youth. And then one more dream that I'll share since we're at MOCA. One of my personal dreams is to curate an art exhibition that would be bringing together in conversation movement for abolition, climate justice, and decolonization. And so that's just one dream that I'm figuring out how to work toward.
Awesome. I think for me, when it comes to Black girl environmentalists, I would love to see Black girl environmentalists go international in a very real way. We have had people reach out to us who are like, I'm a Black girl in the Netherlands and there's nobody else out here but me, and so would love to figure out how to build a community. And so I'd love to figure out how to kind of take this model that we are building here and be able to kind of plug and play in different places where it's needed. So a BGE international presence would be a dream of mine that I feel like is very tangible. But yeah, thank you for that question. Anybody else? Oh, I see one.
So, of course, thank you very much for all your contributions today. And, just listening and sitting as an educator myself, maybe I can, put a seed for those dreams, and please keep dreaming big. I happen to be a BIPOC facilitator for National Board Teachers, which is the top professional development an educator can have. And I facilitate from Southern to Bay Area with Stanford and UCLA. And culturally relevant pedagogy, social justice, and equity issues are at the forefront of our work. So I'll make sure that during the work that I do, I've already shared this with my colleagues, and we'll see, how we can spread the word through California. I can't help you internationally.
You're not gonna need to go to the gym tonight. All your steps.
Hi, everyone. I think that I just had a thought or a question in the idea of because we're at MOCA and the beautiful work that you guys are all doing, thank you for that. And the question is about how are you guys and your organizations thinking about documentation and sharing in that way to get the word out of your work, and yeah, just thinking about and if you're thinking about that in any way.
I think that's a really important question because our stories are a part of what drives the change that we want to see. So I know we can do a better job at this, but I know for us, we really try to elevate the voices, the moments captured, the experiences of the people that are involved in our work, whether it's in the garden, at a distribution, whether it's volunteers, our students. But at least for us, there's not always necessarily funding for that, right? Like the funding is very specific. So just having to think, I think, a little bit more about how we can leverage relationships and teach our participants how to capture and tell their stories is something to be intentional about.
Yeah, it's something that I've been thinking quite a bit about for the Bloom Project. You know, we will have sometimes photographers and videographers that we pay or that volunteer to capture the events and trips that we do, and what's resulted in some of that has been beyond like social media posts, has also been like small videos that's showing the work that we're doing. We also have done quite a few art workshops, and so some of that's been like clay, some of that's been painting, and so our youth really love creating in that way, and so something I've been talking about with other folks that we collaborate with has been how to archive that work, but also give our youth the opportunity to talk about what they create. So that's something that we haven't done yet, like any kind of, we've done the workshops, but we haven't done any kind of documentation of it or presentation of it. And that's something that, yeah, we're really hoping to do more of in collaboration with other folks.
Yeah, for Black Girl Environmentalists, part of the structure for our hubs is as a hub leader, that is part of our responsibility to document at least the programming that we do, and we kind of have it all live in a collective space where, you know, if funders are interested in kind of seeing like what we're all about, we have documentation, so that is something that we do prioritize. Something else that we're interested in doing, and that we're actually in the process of doing, is building out programming to provide youth and other folks with the resources and the tools and the skills to document themselves. So we talked about like training basically people to be able to tell their own stories and have, you know, agency over their own narrative. And so we are actively working on building out a program that will act as a fellowship program to train the next generation of climate content creators. Awesome. Thank you again so much for having us. Oh, sorry. Sorry. So sorry.
I'll just try to wrap it up. I got a chance to follow the pages as well. Youth is at the center of everything you all talked about. So I guess in the I guess one of the last questions, can you talk about like the transformative impact that it has actually had on some of your youth, like maybe some success stories of how that has been transformative for them? Because I think that's really, like when we think about the future of this work and like who's going to inherit it, who's going to take it on, who's actually going to push it forward, it's those youth that you're working with on a regular basis, right? And so what has it been like for them?
I'll start. Yeah, it's a great question. I wish that one of our youth did an interview on a podcast about their experiences in the Bloom Project, and I wish I had put it up so y'all could hear firsthand from one person's experience. But so one trip that we do every year is a backpacking trip in Colorado, and we do a 3-day backpacking trip where we're hiking, basically hiking up a mountain, and this is often, or pretty much always, our youth's first time either one, experiencing mountains, and then actually being able to hike up. up a mountain. And one of our youth who did that trip, I believe our first year, talked about how after she had finished that trip, that she felt like she could do anything, and she was very unsure about her ability to do this, to finish the hike, but she did, and afterwards just had a newfound confidence and kind of felt like, you know, no one can tell me anything, like I just hiked up a whole mountain. And so I think having those kinds of experience where we're able to help build their confidence and kind of push them beyond their comfort zones, or even just like ideas of what they thought were possible for themselves, and that totally expands their imagination of what's possible and what they can do and what they can be. And so that's just one example. I think just really quickly, another example, you know, a lot of our youth are dealing with different mental health challenges, anxiety, depression, and one youth, we start and end every session with a circle, a talking circle or a healing circle. And at the end of a session, it was on a community gardening day that we were doing, and we kind of were going around and sharing one word of how we felt. And that youth, the youth that I have in mind, she said that she felt happy, and in that moment for me, that felt like a really big win, just because that was one youth who had, just been really struggling that day as a whole. And so to be able to witness the transformation of how she was at the beginning of that day to the end of that day, very small thing, but meant a lot to me.
I'll give a quick example. So our work starts with students, we have a program called Urban Scholars. Black Male Youth Academy was the first iteration of it. This was back in 2010. And one of our first black male students that was in that cohort, he helped us build our very first community garden. Fast forward 12 to 13 years later, we just hired him as our coordinator of urban agriculture in our organization, right? So those touch points, helping our students feel responsible for this earth and for their communities, really allows them to see themselves in those positions and actualize that work. So yeah, he'll be helping me build the farm.
For Black Women Environmentalists, I can actually point to a recent example. At the top of November, we held our first BIPOC Green Jobs Career Fair in DC in partnership with Blackwell Collective and Green Jobs Board. And we had about 130 folks come through, early career people who got the chance to basically participate in the job fair and the conference, if you will. And within 2 weeks after the conference, I think there were about 4 people who were offered full-time jobs from that from that conference. So that is just an example of getting people into the space and getting people in front of decision makers and having that access. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Have a lovely Sunday.